dirt or present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution cast out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. Thank you Will62 for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate that. Fantastic. I really appreciate that, Will62. Thank you. Welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. If you're here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself. If you're not here for the very first time, then let me reintroduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I am now back in my office here in the beautiful, sunny, and very hot San Francisco Bay Area today. I'll be here for the next 2 weeks until I go back out to the field in Utah. But anyway, I just spent a whole month, or a month and a day, out in the,
Bye. What a time to be alive.
What a time indeed, Ironheart. Thank you for the 48 months. Holy cow, Ironheart. That is extraordinary, and I really appreciate it. Anyway, I just spent, I think it was 31 days out in the Wyoming desert, digging up dinosaurs there and
Here
streaming it.
we have one of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Horror X, holy cow. 100 subs? Holy moly. I don't even know what to say. Holy cow. Extraordinary. That is incredible. That is fantastic, Horror X. Holy cow. Thank you for that. I don't even know what to say. That is... I think that's the most subs I've ever gotten at any one time. That might be the first time that particular alert has ever been triggered. Thank you. And thank you, Rizadega, for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. Excellent. Getting a new shovel with that cash? Yes, indeed, Kelladon K. Holy moly. I need to get some fieldwork supplies. That's really gonna help a ton. Thank you so much.
You need to take
Holy
some of your
moly.
own advice. Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week, and that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow.
Roseanne, 27 months. Holy moly. Thank you for keeping me online for that long. That's extraordinary. And thank you, Lenina, for the gift sub, too. Appreciate that. Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, shoot. Welcome to my office
And it's
here.
therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been
It's true.
dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Yep.
Fieldwork month has flown by.
It
I've
has,
enjoyed
hasn't it?
every minute of it that you have shared with us. For someone like me who's in a wheelchair, you open up a whole world to me.
Niffler, that is...
Tradoon.
Thank you for the kind words. I genuinely appreciate you saying that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for coming along for the ride. I hope you enjoyed. I'm glad you enjoyed. And hope you're as excited as I am for more field work in just 2 weeks.
DinoDax gifted a tier
And
1
thank you,
sub to
DinoDax.
Nick1ers__.
For that gift sub right there. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Fantastic. Fantastic. And Agathor, Star Trek Voyager. Yeah, there you go. Or according to the book, What Happened to Patrick's Dinosaurs? Same idea. Dinosaurs did die out. They just left.
Flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dirter. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Mattman, thank you so
It
much
may not
for
seem
the
like
9
much.
months.
500 bits goes a long way
you,
towards
Sculpin,
supporting science. I'll
for those
preach here
500
on
bits.
Twitch.
Fantastic. That is extraordinary. We're about to beat our last record for a hype train here. Let's see if we can get there.
Tradoon.
Holy cow. Yeah.
Dirter.
I'll throw it off here. On today's stream, we are going to be doing a recap.
And here we
of our
have
field
one
work.
of the most extraordinary events to take place on our planet. The gist of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Horror X just gifted
Tradoon.
100 subs.
Holy cow. Horror X. I don't even know what to say. That is extraordinary. You're breaking the soundboard. I don't even know it. Holy moly. Horror X, that is just...
Tradoon.
That's
You need to take some of your own advice.
just
Aren't
alerts
you the man
nonstop.
who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
We're more than
and
2/5
that
of the way to our
nothing's
sub goal
impossible
already
except
for the next 2
dinosaurs?
weeks.
Don't give up on life, sir.
Tradoon.
Wow.
Extraordinary.
Happy back in office.
And thank you, Neolithic Fool. Thank you very much. It's been a very long month. I was out doing fieldwork in June for the entire month. Got there May 31st, left June 30th.
Tradoon.
So nice to finally get a shower. Be inside an air-conditioned building. Oh man. But Jigstar, thank you for the 100 bits too. We're gonna go over this month's fieldwork. We're gonna talk about what we discovered. We're gonna talk about the work that we did.
Have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm
No.
destroying. Never.
No, glue is cheap.
2
And
months.
Zoroaster, thank you for the 2 months of support. Really appreciate that. And Ren the Only, 300 bits.
Blue
Thank you,
is
thank you
cheap.
for that.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
2 moths. Thank you, Arid Canwolf. I really appreciate the 2 months of support too. Fantastic. And Cast a Dreamer says your skin has a certain clean sparkle. I hope so. Here. Am I looking nice and clean and tidy right now? I can show you what I looked like right when I got into the hotel.
Third, it may not seem
Apparently
like
I look
much.
pretty filthy.
500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. I'll preach here on Twitch.
And thank you, Steely
Welcome
Dan,
back
for
to
those
civilization.
And here
500 bits.
we
Really
had one of
appreciate
the
that.
most extraordinary events to take place on our planet.
Holy cow.
the gift of 100 subscriptions to Paleontologizing.
Horror X just gifted 100 subs.
Even know what this Horror X. Thank 300 subs in the first half hour of the stream. That's extraordinary. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I kind of don't know what to say. I mean, shoot.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
And thank you. Thank you very much for those 5,000 bits, Sculpin. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. I was just gonna say, yeah, Horror X, this is, that's... I don't know, I've been
Though it may not
humbled
seem like much, 500 bits goes
by
a
all
long
the
way
support.
towards supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you, Salamander, for those 500 bits. Really appreciate that. All of this support is overwhelming. I've been lucky enough to be able to do what I'm passionate about. For a living, Twitch has allowed me to actually make a living doing what I'm passionate about, and it's given me the chance to share it with all of you, and it's given my life incredible purpose. None of this would be possible without your support. To all of you, and Horror X in particular. Thank you for making this possible. You know? It's pretty special. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world to be able to dig dinosaurs and pursue science, and then kind of bring that home for everybody to see, to experience. Not quite firsthand, but as close as we can get to that, you know? Thank you. That's pretty special. And I want you to know how grateful I am for the opportunity to be able to do that. Thank you. It's pretty wonderful.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I
Fuzzy
won't get
face.
angry if you aren't.
Thank you for the follow.
What?
And Victorious, thank you for those 20 gift subs. Extraordinary. Check that out. Really appreciate that, Victorious.
Last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Victorious, thank you so much for that.
Victoria's just gifted
20 gift subs. Look, there are now 329 people. Scratch that, 330.
Hold a special magnetism for children.
It belongs in a museum.
Thank you, the Raven, for the 18 months of
If you're
support.
feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Also thank you Danny. Your streams were a big part of getting little Bella into meal mode while we battled her resp. infection. We also caught up in a lot of VODs.
Rizidegu, I'm touched. I'm so glad that, you invite me into your home
At that time, the land of the planet was clumped together in
let
one
paleontology be
vast
part of your
supercontinent.
life like that. That's a big deal.
Dinosaurs soon occupied every corner of that world.
Thank you. I don't know what to say. Appreciate that. I'm glad I could help out in some small way, too. Salamander, thank you for the 300 bits. Excellent. Oliver Sutton, 4 months of support right there. Thank you, thank you. Nash Ben, thank you for following.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And welcome Napalm Pop-Tart. What a great name. With a tier 1 sub right there, recurring sub. Enjoy those emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed. Enjoy the thought, the knowledge that you're supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Welcome to the community.
American identified specimens of Troodon.
And HL119, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. And hey to you, Nash Ben. I hope you're doing well. It's great to see you. Holy moly. Yeah, here. I know for some of you watching right now, this is your first time actually seeing the office here. And so, yeah, welcome to my office in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. This is Minnie Pie right here. She's one of my landlords, and she was very happy to see me when I got back. Weren't you, Minnie Pie? Yeah. Here. Let's get the cat cam going over here. How are you doing, Minnie Pie? Yeah. Oh, look at you. Hello, hello, Minnie Pie. Yeah.
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Paleobirds are dinos 3. Paleobirds are dinos
And
3.
Sequelance, thank you for
Paleobirds
the
are dinos
3
3.
months of support. Really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. Minnie Pie's very appreciative too. Aren't you, Minnie Pie? And all of a sudden, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Extraordinary. Really appreciate that. Minnie Pie, what do you think?
All of a sudden 42 really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Oh, what do you think, Minnie Pie? You're stealing the show, aren't you? Yeah. Oh, can I get you some treats, Minnie Pie? Would you enjoy that? Man, you really need to be brushed. I've been gone for too long. Just let your hair go nuts, didn't you? Yeah. Let's get some good brushing in there. There we go. Yeah. Know how hot it is outside. It'd be nice to have a nicely brushed, thinner coat, huh? Keep you a little bit cooler. But she hasn't had any treats since Danny left. Holy cow! Well, Lordy, I'm gonna have to do that. We'll get you some treats after you get brushed, huh? That sound good?
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
And Galara Dragon, thank you for the 34 months of support. I do really appreciate that. Holy cow. Oh. And she is a beautiful cat, isn't she, Wispy Willow? We've got 3 cats here, or rather, there are 3 cats here who have me. They lived here before I did. I'm a new addition to the household, comparatively. We've got Minnie Pie.
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
And Darth Goof. Another 34 months of support from you. Thank you for that. Thanks for keeping me online for that long. That's extraordinary. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get regular brushes from now on, Minnie Pie. Yeah, 3 cats who live here are Moon Pie, Minnie Pie, and Sweetie Pie. And they are my landlords here. Because they were here before I was, huh, Minnie Pie? Yeah, we ought to make some emotes for you 3, huh? Maybe I'll do that when I get back from the field. When I get back from Utah in like mid-August. How'd that sound, Minnie? Get your own emote? Yeah. Yeah. Look at all this hair. Look at all that hair. Get it. Yeah. Look at this. And thank you, Captain Mumbles, for the follow. Appreciate that. Level 14 Hype Train. 14. That is extraordinary. I hardly know what to say. Holy moly.
Really spectacular.
Extraordinary. That's a new record. Level 14.
33 gifted a tier 1 sub to Smorphosaurus. They have given
Thank you, Madam 33, for gifting Smorf. Appreciate that. Yeah, true indeed, Swims with Whales. Again, a huge shout out to new VIP, Horror X, for their contribution. 300 subs they gifted. That's what got us to that level 14. Speechless. Really appreciate you, Horror X. Holy cow. That is, that's extraordinary. Yeah. And the Science Streams, are you here in the chat? Where'd you go? Welcome, Valence. I hope you had a wonderful month of June. Glad we were able to raid in a few times. And, welcome. Here, let me get done with the cat brushing. We'll do some paleontology in a second. Paleontologizing. Alright, Minnie, can I get you some treats? Would you appreciate that? Would you appreciate that? Yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll, maybe do mailbag. We'll see, different items that people sent. And then we'll get into, like, a recap for fieldwork. We'll talk about the dinosaur discoveries we made this summer, dinosaur and other creature fossil discoveries, out in Wyoming. And, yeah. Do lots of Q&A and, you know, it's like old times here in the office. But yeah, once again, welcome to Paleontologizing. Streaming to you live from beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. This is where I live. This is where I am for most of the year until it's time for fieldwork. Then I go out east to Wyoming. Dig up dinosaurs, but I'm back home for the next 2 weeks before I go out to Utah. I'm glad you're here, everybody. And Wispy Willis says, your office is so nice, very cool stuff. Thank you for saying so. Yeah, it's just how I like it. So, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Mini Pie, I believe we've got some treats for you, don't we? Not that, that's some of your hair. But what's over here, Mini Pie? Ooh, what's over here? Oh. Ooh. Yeah. That's the stuff. That's the stuff. There we go. Yeah. Headbutt the camera. Here, look. Yeah. Oh, you missed that, didn't you? Yeah, get those dental treats.
Purdue.
Don't swallow them whole, you gotta chew them. You gotta chew those, Mini Pie. There you go, that's how you do it. Oh yeah, very nice. Oh, don't let them fall off the edge. There's 2 minutes, 3 down. Such a messy eater. Oh, here comes Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie might have some as well. Good stuff, baby. Good stuff. And we've got another cat who's come to watch. She wants some treats as well. She's waiting her turn.
Soldiers and their weapons would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast.
Beast.
The beast.
The beast.
The beast.
The beast.
The beast. The beast. The beast. The beast from 20,000 fathoms.
Yeah. Blake the Snake, thank you for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the what? I didn't actually catch it, Lenina. Yeah, what was that? Yeah. Oh, good stuff, Minnie. Good stuff. Yeah. Well, and we've got another cat right over here, too. Hello, Sweetie Pie. You want to come up here? Hey, hey, Sweetie. Oh. Minnie Pie likes to boss Sweetie Pie around, and so Sweetie Pie's a little hesitant to get up on the desk right now. But, yeah. Was anybody asking about what we've got going on over here? Our, different 3D prints. I've got a life-size Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis skull in honor of our fieldwork in Wyoming for the past month. And then, another dinosaur well-known from Wyoming, Allosaurus fragilis, which is also the state fossil for the state of Utah, where I'm going to be doing fieldwork in 2 weeks. That's so funny. Minnie Pie just knocked a treat off the desk onto the floor. Now Sweetie Pie is going to try and eat it. Go for it, Sweetie Pie. There you go. Yeah. But take a look at this, chat. I do a lot of 3D printing on this channel to be able to use these as visual aids and, teaching tools. So this is a life-size Allosaurus skull right here. You'll see different 3D prints all the time here. I change out the background in my office almost every stream. So I try and keep things fresh, have new stuff going on all the time. I want to keep things interesting, you know? Science of paleontology is ever-changing. It doesn't stay the same. We're always finding new things all the time. making new discoveries, testing old ideas, all kinds of stuff. And I want the background here to reflect that. So that's kind of one of our things here in the office. For all of you who are new to this, I'm glad you're here. Do you want to come up here, sweetie pie? Hey. Hey. She might be shy right now. Bush Doctor says, what's your favorite large Jurassic dinosaur? Oh boy. Large Jurassic dinosaur. Would Dilophosaurus count? From the early Jurassic? I know it's not large by late Jurassic standards, but it is by at least the standard of modern animals. Hello, hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? We've had 2 cats today. Well, 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 let me get you some treats, sweetie. Oh, you know that sound. You know that sound. Yeah. There you go. Good stuff, sweetie. Good stuff. Yeah, excellent. You eat those up. Those are good for your teeth, sweetie pie. Good stuff. Anywho, in just a few minutes we'll be looking at some things that viewers have sent while I was away from the Amazon wishlist. And then we'll do a recap of our fieldwork in Wyoming. We'll look at some of the clips from various streams. I'll talk about what we found and its scientific importance and answer any questions that you might have. And I like the idea that if anybody's tuning in right now, they might think that there's a cat talking. Because that's what's on screen. Your Honor, I'm not a cat. Oh, and thank you, Thing. I appreciate that. So resources in Discord, appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Hey Danny, I know you're fresh off the trail, but did you see Denver Fowler's paper that's just come out? Not a short read, but a good one. He has such a way of making even the densest subject easy to read and grasp.
Thank you, Salamander. I have not seen or heard about that. Was this his review for Lokiceratops? Because I heard that was a pretty long review. It was like 15 pages or something. Or is this an actual, like, standalone publication? Because we will be talking about that. Oh, it's a rebuttal to that, Sharon. Okay. Displetosaur paper. Neat, 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 neat. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We will be covering that tomorrow or the next day. As we go over some new publications. We're going to be catching up to some fossil science stuff that we missed while I was out in the field. So that's one of the normal things that we do. For everybody who's new, one of the normal things that we do on this channel is go over new publications, talk about frontiers in vertebrate paleontology, and sometimes invertebrate paleontology too. Yeah. And Lauren1350, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. The lady told me to blame them. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And, oh, and Mom says Coco is watching your kitty. Your cat's watching the cat here? That is super cool, Mom. Yeah. There she is. Here's Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Oh, here, you got one more. Here, have that. Yeah, there you go. Good stuff. It's been a long time since you've had these. I've been gone for a whole month. But thankfully the cats have had other attendants. Hyperbaric Lyrics says, my kitty also wants your kitty's treats. Sorry, if I could send you some, I would. But that's not really the way Twitch works, unfortunately. You can send bits over Twitch, but they're not like physical cat treat bits. Oh, and thank you, Claire Burr. I appreciate that. Thing sent clips of Luigi. It was awesome. Awesome. That sounds great. Yeah. He gets plenty. Don't encourage him. All right. Fair enough. Well, Sweetie Pie, thank you for being here. But we gotta get going with our science, huh? You're just gonna... Do you intend to just monopolize the stream all day? Is that your intent, Sweetie Pie? I want more treats. Where are you going? Just investigating everything. Oh, you look so satisfied, Sweetie Pie. That makes me happy. You look at those chops. Good stuff. Anywho, let's take a look at a few of the things that that viewers had sent while I was gone from the Amazon wish list. There are some things that I will need for fieldwork. Now I have them. Let's take a look. I am very, very grateful for everything that everybody sent. Let's take a look. What a gorgeous cat. She is pretty. See, Sweetie Pie, do you know what Mr. T just said? He said, what a gorgeous cat. She's like, yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Yeah. Alright. Let's see what we got in here. First off, this one does not have an attribution. I'm not sure who this is from, but I am really grateful. I needed a sunglasses case for the field, so my sunglasses don't get crunched again. And this is really going to be excellent for that. And it looks cool too. Thank you, thank you. This is substantial as well. It is substantive. It's going to be hard to crush that. Perfect for sunglasses. So thank you. An Anthemono.
Dinosaurs.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for the 4 months of support, Anthem. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. Yeah. Good stuff. And I appreciate whoever sent this to me. Anybody know who this was? Thank you for that. I am excited to use it in the field. It's going to be really good. And it's hard to crush unless you flip a femur jacket onto it. I'll try not to do that. But can't necessarily guarantee that won't happen.
But when the last bone was put into place and the skeleton was complete, these men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment.
I would say
they had
so,
brought
Randy
back to life one of the greatest animals that ever walked the face of the earth.
Thank you for the 46 months. Holy cow, Randy Io. Have I even been streaming for that long? That's incredible. Thank you, thank you. I have been streaming for that long. More than 4 years now, but it's hard to believe almost. Thank you for your ongoing support over these years. It's awesome. And I've showered. Looking good, man. Thank you, Link, for real. Oh, yeah. I had pulled up a... Oh. Where you going, sweetie? Alright, see you later. Ladies and gentlemen, Sweetie Pie. Yeah, this is me when I checked into the hotel on Sunday. Looking filthy. I like to think I look a bit cleaner now after several hours of showering over a few different days. But yeah. Nice thick layer of dirt. Yeah, Dusty Danny. Yes, indeed. It had been, I think, 31 days without a shower while I was out in Wyoming. I used plenty of wet wipes, so I wasn't as filthy as I could have been, and I didn't smell bad. I had multiple members of the crew confirm that I didn't smell bad, which I'd be very conscientious about that. But yeah, 31 days without a shower, you can get pretty dusty, and I definitely did. Yeah. You look sandblasted by overburden, says Trek Nerd. I kind of was, yeah. My hands got tore up pretty bad, too, from all that manual labor, but, yeah. Anyway, I bet there was a lot of muck in that water. Yeah, Crimson Carnotaurus, there definitely was. That water was opaque in the shower. Yeah. Let me tell you. Anywho, I'm, as I said, going to be back out in the field in less than 2 weeks now. I guess 2 weeks, including today. And there are some items which, if I can get them back with me, I will be bringing. One of them's kind of bulky, though, so I'm not sure this is going to make it out there for this season. But a brand new, bright orange, heavy-duty plastic feed scoop. This is one of the tools that we use when we're doing quarrying, when we're actually digging in the quarry, you know, with hand tools. Both this and
it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Oops, Kapoots, thank you for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the wasp will love bathing in that. There you go, Paleo bait. We're not going to get a lot of wasps in Utah, because there's honestly not much life out there. It's much, much drier than Wyoming, if you can believe that. But both of these were sent by the very generous Fedorasaur. Thank you, Fedorasaur, for sending these. I appreciate it very much. They will be very, very helpful. These are tools that I can use. I'm not certain I can get the feed scoop out there. I'm going to try to fit it in my bag when I fly back out to Utah. But, yeah, we'll give it a shot. I'm flying without a carry-on bag, so it's got to fit into my personal item. But I'm going to give it my best shot. Thank you, Fedorasaur, for your generosity, buying some stuff off the wish list for me. I really appreciate it. I really look forward to using this. You'll see in a little bit how we use the feed scoops when we go through some of our footage from the past month's streams. Yeah. And Evolution of Grips. I saw a headline about that, Jody Fish. Yeah, we'll be going over some of our fossil news stuff over the next couple days. But today we're going to focus on a recap of our fieldwork in Wyoming. Alright. And this one also didn't seem to come with an attribution. One or both of these might be from, don't want to dox you, but Joanna. Joanna, thank you. We've got something I can really use in the field to stay hydrated when it's going to be 100 degrees plus in the shade. This is a water bottle holster, which is adjustable. And I should be able to fit a big metal water bottle in here and have that attached to my field bag. So I am really looking forward to using this and making sure that I stay nice and hydrated out there in the field. Thank you for sending this. I really appreciate it. And then a wonderful all-purpose piece of field gear is, I've been using these for years and I love them. This is a military-style canvas tool bag. And, oh man, I might just keep my streaming gear in this to prevent it from getting dusty, yeah, before I break it out and stream during the day. So thank you for this. I really appreciate it. I will put it to very good use. These things are wonderful. This is one of my favorite pieces of gear, and now I've got another one. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Paleo P says, this is great. I love seeing people be so supportive. Isn't this awesome? Yeah. Holy cow. Extraordinary. And then last, but certainly not least, a very, very thoughtful gift from Sloppy Salamander. Salamander, are you here right now? Check this out. I've seen this book before. I've wanted this book in the past. Never had it. just in time for Thursday Birds Day tomorrow. We've got the Nature Company Guides Book of Birding. Excellent. This is lovely. And thank you, Salamander. Salamander says, while divvying up some miscellaneous things around Grandma's house, I came across this birding book and thought you'd be interested in a copy. I am. Got some great visualizations and info on the anatomy and taxonomy of birds. Enjoy, from Salamander. It is a guide to modern dinosaurs, Squiggles Gabo. Yes, indeed. Oh, take a look. This is lovely. I bet you some of the birds that we'll see on Thursday Birds Day. If we do Thursday Birds Day tomorrow, I can't guarantee that we will. We might be too busy with other stuff. But in the future, when we do Thursday Birds Day, we will, I think we can look up some of the birds in here. But this is wonderful. So this is organized like one of my favorite dinosaur books as a kid. I'll show you that in a minute, because I think I have a copy here. But there's a lot of like general information about birds up front. Birds and birding. And then in the second half of the book, or the second 2/3 of the book really, you've got all of these different species profiles of different birds like this. Which is pretty awesome. Oh, belted kingfisher. I love these guys. So anyway, thank you, Salamander. Really appreciate that. That is excellent. It's good stuff. Thank you. There's, like I said, a non-avian dinosaurs book in that same series. And, oh, here it is here. I read this book, I don't know how many times, cover to cover, when I was a kid. Time Life Guides. Book of Dinosaurs. Really excellent. This book has kind of fallen apart because, again, I read the heck out of this.
These are just some of the questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
And Ibrahim Ovik Butt, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Excavating in the field. Here, you'll be seeing some of this in our footage from the past month. Yeah. A dinosaur dig is like a crime scene. Great care is needed to get every last clue out of the ground. And that's certainly what we did over the past month. But anyway, excellent book on non-avian dinosaurs, too. If it weren't a little out of date, I would definitely recommend it. But it is a little out of date in a lot of ways. But still a good book. You could probably find it for real cheap on, like, thrift books and stuff. But, yeah. And yeah, like that little interstitial thing says, 13 days until fieldwork out in Utah. Be leaving again on the 15th. Flying back out to Utah, picking up my car there, and then driving out to the field. We'll be streaming, too. Live from the field, once again. Yeah, and very cool, Alexander Morrison, yeah. Good few that were published in the late 90s and early 2000s. Very nice. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Logdok says, how long will you be in Utah? Let me show you. Let's pull up our schedule here. There we go. So, I will be leaving for field work. There we go. I will be leaving on the 15th. No stream that day. Probably no stream the 16th either. That's actual departure day. Be starting to set up camp, but then expect to stream on the 17th. Be streaming as close to every day as is feasible until about the 8th or maybe even the 15th. It depends. I put 8th here just to be tentative about it, but we could be streaming, or we could be out there for as much as like a whole month. Yeah, really looking forward to that. Out near Moab, Utah. So yeah, good stuff. And, anywho, yeah.
If the dinosaurs had not died, perhaps in some catastrophe, no reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
Yes, indeed. Kitaria, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anywho, and Jim, So, how are you doing, Jim? Welcome, welcome. That's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland there in the chat again. Jim says, have you been to the Bear River Migratory Bird Refuge north of Salt Lake City? I have not, Jim. I'd love to go sometime, though. I wish I had time this year to go. I probably won't have time on the 15th when I get in. Especially if my flight is late, which they often are, but we'll see. We'll see. But, I'd love to go sometime, Jim. There was another one near, is it in Emery County? Near Jurassic National Monument, near Cleveland Lloyd. There is a huge bird refuge there that I was told about, but I guess it was, there's like a certain time of the year when that area floods, and you just get all these migratory, water-loving birds there. Haven't had a chance to see it yet. Anyhow. Good stuff. By far the best in Utah. Very cool, Jim. Very cool. And Jono Sawyer, how are you doing? You don't have to type in !watch. You could just watch. I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. Unless you're asking about my watch. But, yeah. Okrigar says, where doth thou adventures take thee next time? Like I was just saying, in less than 2 weeks now, I'm going to be out in Utah. In fact, here, take a look at this. 13 days until I'm back out in the field in Utah. Pretty excited. And we'll be streaming that too. So, just like we did for the past month in Wyoming. And Moab is super pretty, Game Boy Boy. Yes, indeed. We'll be a little bit outside of Moab, but it is beautiful country out there, and there are fossils galore. I'm very, very excited. I'll be working with Assistant Utah State Paleontologist Don DeBlue and Utah State Paleontologist Jim Kirkland out there. And over the course of our streams out in Utah, I hope you'll get to know both of them pretty well and admire them as much as I do. It's going to be a ton of fun. Yeah, Uncle Don and Papa Jim, exactly, Lenina. Yeah. And Napalm Pop-Tart says, enjoy the running water while you can. Oh, you bet I am.
You need to take
nice,
some of
dude.
your
Cheers.
own advice. Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week, and that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow. Wow.
Welcome back. Did you enjoy your shower? List of birds you've seen while out?
And birds are dead on.
Finch face Yash W.
Thank you for the 27 months of support. I saw a good number of birds out there in Wyoming. Let me see if I can find you pictures of any of them. The rock wrens were particularly photogenic. There we go. That's not a great picture of the rock wren, but there it is right there. I think I got some other photos. The rock wren would come visit us at the Ceratopsian quarry every day. I saw rock wrens, I saw shrikes, ravens, I saw turkey vultures, magpies, western meadowlarks, the state bird of Wyoming, and a few other birds too. Not as many birds as I would like to have seen, but a good number. Certainly more than I'll see out in at our field site in Utah. That area tends to be a lot drier. Not as much life going on there. Oh, and here's a non-bird here. A non-bird sauropsid. Yeah. A gopher snake? I think it's a gopher snake. Yeah. Very cool. Saw this out in the road. And shoot the snake off the road to a safer place. So yeah. Non-venomous, son of Austerlitz. Non-venomous. Not dangerous in the slightest. Yeah. But yeah, had a lot of cool wildlife out in Wyoming. We saw pronghorn almost every day. Members of the crew saw wild horses. You know, American mustangs. Some other members of the crew saw mule deer. I saw several birds of prey that I couldn't identify.
I'm here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists.
And Igreza, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. Could the wild horses drag you away? Not even wild horses could drag me away. Nothing more variant. Not from fieldwork. I tell you what. And Mr. J. Glockta, I think I have seen that documentary. 2015 one. I've seen a lot of T-Rex documentaries in my day. I've probably seen that one. There's a new one coming out. In fact, I actually need to see if I can catch that before I go back to the field. Here we go. T-Rex. And they actually put a dot there and not a dash. Congratulations for getting that right. It's T.Rex, not T-Rex. It's a Latin binomial, you know? From the team behind the National Science Foundation supported prehistoric hits Dinosaurs Alive, Titans of the Ice Age, and Dinosaurs of Antarctica, goes the planet's most famous dinosaur, the hitmaker, the headliner, the apex attraction, Tyrannosaurus Rex. I need to see if I'll be able to see this anywhere. I think it's already out, isn't it? A member of our crew this summer is apparently featured in that documentary. Yeah. Whitney, we will see if... I don't know if I'm going to be able to find the information on where and when it is showing. Because I really want to catch this before I leave for the field, if that's at all possible. Oh, Lawrence Hall of Science? 3D Theater. Oh, all right. This is right here in the Bay Area. I will hopefully be able to see this. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Anywho. I'm excited to be home, and I'm also excited to get back into the field. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at some of our clips from the past month. And we can use that as a springboard for discussion about last month's fieldwork. Here we go. Featured clips. Let's take a look. And let's look at the top ones from the past 30 days. That should do it. Implix says, welcome home. Thank you, thank you. There. Here, what I'm going to do is clean off the surface, apply a layer of separator, and then put a bottom cap on this. Yeah. The clip was called Chipmunk Visit? Where did the chipmunk visit? This here. What I'm going to do is clean off the surface, apply a layer of separator.
You know,
here we go.
Dinosaurs.
Put a bottom cap on this.
Did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers? I didn't. Until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Dyson Dinosaur. Thank you for the 13 months of support. Thank you for the kind words. I hope you're doing well. It is good to be back here in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It's actually very hot out today. 90+ degrees Fahrenheit, but feels good. You're spending a month outside of air conditioning. Holy cow, it's nice to be inside for once. But yeah, if anybody is not yet following Dyson Dinosaur, Filippo Bertozzo is a dinosaur paleontologist who also streams here on Twitch. Give him a follow. Usually streams in Italian, but on Saturdays he's been doing English language streams all about dinosaur paleontology, so check him out. If you like Dungeons and Dragons and dinosaurs, check out Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah. Ghost Pilot says, are you originally from San Francisco? Yeah, or from the East Bay, at least. But from the San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah. I grew up around Martinez, California. The county seat of Contra Costa County. And it's 105 in Sacramento. Be glad for the Bay. I am, DM Wagon. I am glad. Here, let's take a look at a live view of the Bay Area right now from the Lawrence Hall of Science. And, yeah, it's hazy out there. How hot it is. You can barely see the Golden Gate Bridge in the background. There's the Bay Bridge here.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
And Red Lemur Slacking, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And, Jim, I know we're getting distracted left and right here. This is a live broadcast, everybody. That's how it goes. Harmony Church says, differences, most of us in the Bay don't have AC. I'm lucky enough to have AC here at Harmony Church. Yeah, we just got it like a year ago. Man, is it nice to have. Yeah. That was actually I just moved here in December in the house. I just got it here about a year ago. But that was the impetus for the cup here, Paleo Cup. Because I used to live in an apartment with no air conditioning, and during the summer of 2020, I wasn't out in the field because of COVID. I had just started streaming.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy! A dinosaur?
What? Little Miss Gem, or Miss Little Gem, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It was my first summer not doing field work in like 10 years because of COVID. I was stuck inside. I started streaming that summer. No air conditioning. And so I found the largest vessel that I could comfortably hold in one hand, filled it with ice, and I would just drink out of this. Go through 4 or 5 of these each stream, just be sweating and sweating. 'Cause it was hot that summer. So that was the impetus for this. That was the origin story of Paleo Cup. Yeah. Good stuff, and that's the same one.
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean, you know.
They are kind of funny. Yeah. And hello, wee woo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Big Screaming Chicken says, what in the world is going on in that picture behind your head with the 2 dinosaurs? Yeah, so that's 2 big duck-billed dinosaurs, like we were digging up in Wyoming. And they're just kind of standing side by side. You can see these, I think they're still mounted like that, in the American Museum of Natural History. In New York City. Here they are here. Yeah. Pretty famous fossil mounts. These used to be called Anatosaurus or Anatotitan. Now we know them as Edmontosaurus. But there they are there. Let's see. There we go. Lovely. And I believe these guys were dug up by Barnum Brown, famed dinosaur paleontologist in whose footsteps we were following this summer, working in southwest Wyoming. He was digging up dinosaurs in the Almond Formation back in 1937. And we actually dug up some of his old sites this summer. Yeah. It was pretty cool to see. It's pretty cool to see. Yeah. Anyway, let me find you. There's another picture of Barnum Brown with one of these guys right there. Let me see if I can find that picture larger for you so I don't have to take it off the wall. And a brown Edmontosaurus. It's a black and white photo. Black and white. It might be Anatosaurus, as it used to be known. Color, black and white. Not sure I'm going to be able to find it for you, but there they are on the cover of Scientific American magazine back in the day. There we are. Yeah, good stuff. And yes, indeed, dinosaur. Yeah, Edmontosaurus annectens, Trachodon, Anatosaurus, Anatotitan. I think there might even be another one too. Was it Diclonius? Because of the double-rooted teeth? I forget. There have been a number of other names. Claosaurus, I think, might also be, or that might be a different hadrosaur. But anyway, yeah. And, Cosmological Kev, my shower was fantastic. When I finally rolled into the hotel in Salt Lake, oh man, was it nice to be able to take a shower. My first one in 31 days. Oh boy. Yeah. And when I got to the hotel, I had to restrain myself from just immediately jumping into the shower because I also had laundry to do. I didn't want to come back to a month's worth of dirty clothes when I fly back to Utah. So for like 2.5 hours, waiting for the laundry to finish so that I could go take a shower. But yeah, shower in a soft bed. Yes, indeed, Commander Argo. It was wonderful. Yeah. And Jono Sawyer says, what is the duckbill for? Water feeding? Great question. Jono, so with these guys, Edmontosaurus annectens, we think that the bill was used basically for cropping plants. These guys would have been kind of all-purpose herbivore feeders, more grazers than browsers. They had this big wide bill, kind of a wide mouth that they would have used for just cropping big loads of vegetation. So they probably wouldn't have been very choosy about what they were eating. Here's some nice representations of Edmontosaurus here from the game Saurian.
You need to take some of your own advice.
Wow,
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week?
Hazanku.
And that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow. Hazanku, thank you for the 27 months of support. Thank you for the loads of support there, Hazanku. Loads of months of support. Appreciate you. Yeah. But yeah, what a cool critter. This is actually the largest dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. They get even bigger than T-Rex. And that's actually a really lovely depiction there, too. I like that a lot. Yeah. We actually don't know that Edmontosaurus annectens had a fleshy crest. That's Edmontosaurus regalis that had that. So this isn't quite correct. But, yeah, anyway. Edmontosaurus got even bigger than T-Rex, if you can believe that. It kind of rivals Shantungosaurus in
This
size.
is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
Murderous Squirrel, thank you for the 34 months of support. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And Spiffleness says, did they evolve bills separately from the branch that gave us ducks? They did indeed. Yeah. It's a wonderful example of what you might call convergent evolution.
Tradoon.
At least in the sense that they've evolved structures that look similar. This is a different kind of a structure than an actual duck's bill. Given that these guys had these rows upon rows of teeth in their mouths, they had what we call a dental battery. So just like all of these teeth, it would kind of move past each other like that. I think I can find you a clip. Dental battery. Oh, come on. It should be in there. I logged this a while ago. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, a number of different creatures have evolved kind of a flattened bill-like structure on their face for different reasons. You've got ducks, you've got other kinds of birds that independently evolved that. You have Oncorhynchus, the duck-billed platypus. You've got multiple groups of dinosaurs that did that. You've got, yeah, who else? Let's see. There are some sauropods that seem to almost be convergently evolving the same kind of a shape to their mouth. Let's see. Clip. Why isn't that coming up? Shoot. There we go. Yeah. So what you're looking at right here is a cross-section of a duck-bill dinosaur's duck-bill. This is like a rhinoceros iguana. Not the best analogy, but they show it.
So how did they chew plant fibers? Some had an ingenious method of chewing. As their jaws closed, the upper teeth struck the lower teeth at an angle, sliding the upper jaw outwards in a grinding motion.
There's kinesis in their jaws. Dyson Dinosaur, is this still legit? Is this still how we think they did it? So I know this. There's a chance this is out of date. Yeah, but yeah, good stuff. And but yes, also Dinochirus has got the same thing. Not related to duck-billed dinosaurs, but Dinochirus, an ornithomimosaur, also independently evolved that same kind of duck bill like that. Maybe not the same kind, but same general idea. It looks superficially similar enough that we can point to it and go, oh, it's got a duck bill too. Even if it might work a little bit differently. And Dyson Dinosaur says, yes, it got a bit refined, but more or less is that. Nice, the kinesis thing. We're still far away from knowing exactly how it worked, but it probably was different between species. Makes a lot of sense. Very cool. And Jim says, oh yeah, Hadrosaur maxillae rotates. Super cool. Yeah, so this is legit, apparently.
Some had an ingenious method of chewing. As their jaws closed, the upper teeth struck the lower teeth at an angle, sliding the upper jaw outwards in a grinding motion.
And so what you're seeing here, each one of these is a different tooth. So they have what we call a dental battery. So like, you've got multiple teeth that are actually part of the cutting surface. So like these lines that you see here are actually lines between the different teeth. And so they just have this like constant conveyor belt of teeth that are coming out too. Like, these are animals that would be constantly replacing their teeth every year. Just like those, you know, some teeth get worn down and then the ones behind push them out. You just have a never-ending supply of teeth. And I'll see you later, Jim. Thanks for being here. Isn't that cool? Dinosaurs now. Yeah, pretty awesome. Here, let's take a look at a clip with Dinochirus here. Here, take a look at this. This is a non-duck-billed dinosaur that independently evolved, you know, similar kind of duck bill like this. Take a look.
In parts of Central Asia, heavy seasonal rains fill the rivers until eventually they overflow their banks.
And you're welcome, Spiffleness. You bet.
The surrounding plains are flooded.
Quick second here. Crimson Carnotaurus wants to know, have there been shed teeth believed to belong to hadrosaurs found? A bunch of them. We call those spitters sometimes. You know, because like these guys would be chewing and then a tooth would come out and they'd go, "Tuh." At least that's the idea. Maybe they're actually ingesting the teeth and then they get pooped out later. We don't really know. But we call them spitters, you know? Hawk Tua. Yeah, there you go, Hazanku. Yes. Yeah.
And through the water wades one of the most bizarre of all dinosaurs.
Good old Dinosaurus. I could tell you all kinds of stories about this critter. We talked about this on stream a few times. But this is, I think, one of the most bizarre and fascinating of all dinosaurs.
Dinosaurus.
Yeah.
It's even taller than T-Rex.
Yep.
And its massive duck-billed snout is very effective in gathering water plants.
So the duckbill in this guy probably did evolve for similar purposes that of actual ducks, for kind of dabbling in the water like this. That's the idea, anyway. We've got a number of different lines of evidence that seem to point in that direction. What we should really do is like an isotopic analysis of the animal's fossils and see if you know, the isotopic signature suggests that they were semi-aquatic. I suspect they probably were, but that's a way to actually test that idea in like a direct way.
This male feeds voraciously, having eaten very little during the long dry season. Water plants are rich in nutrients.
Oh yeah, and they don't have teeth, do they, Dyson dinosaurs? Shoot. I wonder if you could look at another like temporary structure, like keratin or something like that. Probably not. But yeah, good point, Dyson dinosaur. I forgot that these guys are toothless. Yeah.
And his huge curved claws, 8 inches long, enable him to dredge them up from deep beneath the surface.
And Steely Dan, I appreciate that.
He himself is a source of food for smaller creatures. Blood-sucking flies, which infest his coat.
Pretty cool. And Raven Clan, the fact that you thought it looked so much like a duck really says something.
$1,000 a year has been well spent.
And Dinosaur
Morning
Dave,
all.
thank you.
Just finished posting my trip to Queensland Museum over on Chronosaurus Kev TikTok.
Very nice, Dinosaur Dave. Well. Does that mean you're back from your trip? Thank you so much for the 32 months of support, now at Tier 3. That means a lot to me. I really appreciate it, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for your ongoing support. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
And even painful. And while his huge claws enable him to have a good scratch, there are always some spots that are just out of reach.
Should get down into the water, too. I would think that would help. Biting flies.
To get to them, he needs assistance. A dead tree. That could be the answer.
And Lilith Spartan says that one looks a little bit like that big Australian bird, or like an emu. Yeah. And this is from the same family of dinosaurs as birds, like emus. It's a theropod. And most, if not all of these guys had feathers. Or many theropods, if not most, if not all, had feathers. Like this guy does.
That's much better.
Yeah. And three-toed, yeah.
And now he can get back to feeding.
Nice. Yeah. So, Dinosaurus. Not the kind of duck-billed dinosaur that we were digging up in Wyoming, but a different kind. So Dinosaurus is, of course, a theropod. Yeah, so a two-legged dinosaur descended from meat eaters. A really bizarre one, but a theropod nonetheless. Some of the dinosaurs that we were digging up in Wyoming would have looked a lot like this. Like Gryposaurus here. Gryposaurus, Gryposaurus, tomato, potato, you know? But, an herbivorous duck-billed dinosaur, a hadrosaur. when you think of duck-billed dinosaurs, this is what you think of. You think of these guys. Dinochirus happens to have a duck bill, but I wouldn't call it a duck-billed dinosaur. It's not part of the same group. But, yeah, a cool critter. These guys. The ones that we were digging up are almost certainly not the same genus as Griposaurus. They're probably something else. Because pretty much all of the dinosaurs that we find in the Almond Formation, they stand a very good shot at being new. Because almost nobody has worked in the Almond Formation, and actually nobody's named any dinosaurs from the Almond Formation. The last, like, real serious work that was done there was back in 1937. This old Barnum Brown, the guy right there in that picture, he was one of the last people to really work there. Let's get a little refresher on Barnum Brown here. Yeah, here we go. From AM&H in New York City. And there you go, Steely Dan, yeah.
Barnum Brown was, by all accounts, the best dinosaur collector who ever lived. He began his career here at AM&H in 1897, going out on expeditions to the American West, first in search of fossil mammals, but of course later with the dinosaur expeditions.
I think that's Lowell Dingus, his voice right now. Any relation to that circus guy, Lynn Elephant? Great name, by the way. Your name and Barnum's name. So Barnum Brown was named after P.T. Barnum. He was born in Kansas in like the, 1860s, I think? 1870s, maybe? But apparently P.T. Barnum's traveling circus was coming through nearby, and Barnum Brown's father, I think, saw that poster and said, that's a really nice name, Barnum. I like that. He named his son that. There you go.
Started as a field assistant and worked his way up to be curator in the Department of Vertebrate Paleontology, head of all the dinosaur collections.
The majority of specimens that we have on display were collected by him. I mean, he was the one who collected the first Tyrannosaurus rex specimens. He was the one who collected the Albertosaurus specimens. He was such a popular and important guy during his lifetime that he really kind of was the museum.
Yep.
Curator Barnum Brown has found and brought back many dinosaurs. Here is the head of the dreaded Tyrannosaurus, the skeleton of a pteranodon.
We'd known for a long time, both Mark and I, that there were 13 boxes of documents and correspondence up in the archives of the Vertebrate Paleontology Department, and no one had ever written a comprehensive biography of Barnum before. We felt like, given that it was about a century after his discovery of Tyrannosaurus, it was the right time to celebrate his life. He happened to be born and grow up during the first bone rush out into the American West.
Hey, Pat, how are you doing? Welcome to
O.C. Marsh at Yale and his arch rival E.D. Cope at the Philadelphia Academy of Sciences beginning in the 1870s.
Barnum Brown collected a number of tyrannosaurs in the Hell Creek Formation in the first decade of the 20th century.
And hey, Ken, I have had many good showers. I hope you have too, Ken. It's good to see you. Welcome back. Looking forward to seeing you out there in Utah too in just a few weeks. I am adapting to society again, trying to at least. Trying to become rehabilitated, you know? Yeah. Ravenclan says, have they found any nasal resonance or nasal plates for vocalization? Yeah, in some duckbill dinosaurs like Parasaurolophus, Corythosaurus, Lambeosaurus. Oh man, we could talk about that, but I don't want to get too sidetracked yet. Yeah. And Cosmological Kev says, when you're on site, I asked about whether the frill and horns of ceratopsian dinosaurs were used for dominance or fighting. Forget which one of our amazing mods told me not to think of most dinosaurs as scary monsters, so would most dinosaurs have been traveling in herds? For ceratopsians, the horned dinosaurs, and hadrosaurs, the duckbill dinosaurs, the answer is probably yes. We've got a lot of evidence, a lot of different lines of evidence that many different dinosaurs would have been very social animals. would have been moving around in groups, would have been hanging out with each other. Highly sociable creatures. Yeah.
Them weren't that complete, but they knew that there was this big hypercarnivore which was out there. He found things like, lower jaw, part of a brain case. Finally, he found this specimen, what would become the 5027 specimen. And the skull, which is still amongst the most beautiful Tyrannosaurus skulls known, was found in one single chert block.
It was quite a sensation. Right from the start, from the announcement in the New York Times that they had discovered Tyrannosaurus, there was a full-page article about the discovery, and that continued all the way through until they unveiled the mount for the public in the exhibition halls.
He would go out on the road to give lectures, and people would flock around his trains when they came. And then he was one of the sort of early sort of celebrity paleontologists in the sense that he had his own CBS radio show each week, which he would talk about things. He was the dinosaur consultant for Walt Disney and Shostakovich for Fantasia.
I thought that was Colbert who did that, but maybe it was Brown.
I don't think it's too much to say that we all work in his shadow, especially if you're working on dinosaurs. It's not only the fossils that you're probably incorporating into your studies, no matter what kind of dinosaur you're working on, but he was also trained as a geologist at the University of Kansas, and although he didn't take a lot of detailed field notes, he had a very good eye for the stratigraphy, the sequence of rock layers in the field area where he worked all over the world. No matter how hard you try, especially here at the American Museum, you can never really walk out of Barnum's shadow.
Here's a link to that video right here in the chat for you. And, very nice, Claire. Yeah. We were also in the shadow of Barnum Brown this past summer.
He called it an iguanodon. Iguanodon.
It's my channel here. There we go. Thank you, Burma Ben, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Here, let's find one of our VODs from when we were digging at one of Barnum Brown's sites, because that's the reason why we were out in Wyoming this summer. Was Barnum Brown did a bunch of work there in the 1930s, in 1937 in particular. Found a lot of important dinosaur fossils. And let's see, was it here? Horned dinosaur. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Looking for our Barnum Brown site. That might have been duck-billed dinosaur with skin. Another duck-billed dinosaur. Here we go.
So we got Lenina, Matnap 33, Steely Dan, Ken, Golganak, Ashuga, Lenny, Honor Do It. How? Because it might be, probably is, a historical site. There was a famous dinosaur paleontologist who dug in this area back in the 1930s.
Yep.
Maybe you've heard of him, Barnum Brown, discoverer of Tyrannosaurus.
You dig up dinosaurs?
Wow.
And Simplex Pachinko.
And their 7 raiders want to know what it's like.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's great to have you here. Howdy, howdy. I hope you all had a good stream. I'm glad you're here. We're kind of recapping the month's fieldwork in Wyoming. Answering some questions, kind of, doing a nice little summary of our work out there and looking at some clips and everything. Yeah. And Astakon, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm glad you're here. Let me know if you've got any questions. I just got back from a month's worth of fieldwork out in Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs there, some of which were originally discovered by old Barnum Brown. The same guy who discovered Tyrannosaurus Rex. Barnum Brown, there he is there. With T-Rex. Anywho, let me know if you've got any questions. Is a historical site. There was a famous dinosaur paleontologist who dug in this area back in the 1930s. Maybe you've heard of him, Barnum Brown, discoverer of Tyrannosaurus. He was working here in the 30s, and this might be one of his...
Dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Exactly.
No, that's not correct.
Certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Squared Chap, thank you.
Made it home safe.
Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for the Prime sub there. 8 months. Appreciate you, Squared Chap. Thank you, thank you. Welcome. Old sites. One of the dinosaurs he didn't manage to get out of the ground. And I'll show you why we think that in a few minutes. But how you doing, everybody? And again, apologies for the wind. It can't be helped. It is Wyoming, after all. It looked so clean there at the beginning. We got Luke. Before I had a month's worth of dust and grime. Awesome. And we got Spencer over here. Howdy. Yeah, I miss Spencer. Good guy. This is his first fieldwork, I think. Yeah. But they've got the dust and wind goggles just in case. Mine are over there. I was wearing them earlier when I was expanding the trench. Here's your trench, Ken. Yeah, it has been embiggened. Yeah. And this is indeed an old dig site. Okay, to play, welcome. This is why we know that. We've got some archaeology mixed with our paleontology today. Yeah, Luke is working on this old rusty bucket.
Ontogeny.
Which, it looks about rusty enough to be from 1937.
Sure does.
Ken says, I will tell Spencer he is missed. Yeah, thank you, Ken. Left here by Barnum Brown's crew when they were digging here in the 30s. We dug up a number of different dinosaurs here, none of which were ever published on, none of which were ever described. So this is a duck-billed dinosaur, and I'll show you in a minute how we can tell that. But right now, this is really cool. Check that out. Barnum Brown is kind of a legendary figure in dinosaur paleontology. He discovered Tyrannosaurus Rex and a number of other dinosaurs. He went by the nickname Mr. Bones in the media, or Dr. Bones sometimes. But he worked at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, and he's kind of world famous. He's one of the first superstar paleontologists. He got a gig with Sinclair Oil at one point. They sponsored his fieldwork out here. He used to do radio broadcasts, and that's something I want to learn more about. Sorry, my phone strap is getting a little loose. Hang on, everybody. Stand by. And let's see. The buckets forever home will be the museum or Ethan's collection. Definitely the museum, Claire Burr. Yeah. In fact, it's still full of sediment. We didn't dig through that yet. And so that will be very carefully picked through to see if there's anything in there that might be a clue for whose bucket it was and whether or not it did belong to Barnum Brown and his crew, which it most likely did. So yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. Live broadcast. And Simplex Pachinko says, how much of the dinosaur did you find in the end? Of the Ceratopsian, we got 11 different jackets, I think about 20 bones of it, or at least 20 large bone fragments. Some of these were hard to identify in the field, but we got those out. And then for this guy, we got everything that was there. We think we got the whole animal. Whatever was left of it, we got. This jacket ended up weighing like 1,000 pounds. I'll show you in a minute what it did to the truck. There we are. But yeah, back in the day, Barnum Brown was doing live SciComm, live science communication from this same area back in 1937. So here we are, the better part of a century later, doing the same thing and digging at some of his sites. Yeah. And there you go, Otter Do It. Yeah, welcome, Otter Do It. It's good to see you. And DM Wing says, which museum are they going to? So these are first going to the
history of life. It's very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Tan T Rakan, thank you for the 7 months of support. I really appreciate that. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. First, these fossils are going to be going to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where they're going to be cleaned up by some preparators. And then their forever home will be at the museum in Cincinnati, the Cincinnati Museum Center. So since these fossils were largely dug up on public land, although a few of them were private land too. We dug up with permission. They will all be held in the public trust. They belong to we the people of the United States. So they will be there in museums for everybody to be able to study if they're behind the scenes, or to admire if they're on display. And some of these almost certainly will be going on display. We're pretty excited about that. Yeah. And Snake Master says, is paleontology something you could do as a full-time job? It is what I do as a full-time job, yeah. But that's because I actually make my living through Twitch. So I stream from the field or from here in my office. And this is how I make my living. There are a lot of paleontologists who do make their living either as professors at a university or as museum staff. But the unfortunate thing is there's not very many jobs in paleontology. There are many, many more good paleontologists in the world than there are good jobs for paleontologists. It's disheartening sometimes. Some of us have had to kind of carve out our own niche, and I've been very, very lucky to be able to do that. So I'm glad you're here. Let me know if you've got any other questions. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. Dyson Dinosaur says other paleontologists struggling to find one single contract. Yeah. It's rough out there. It really is. So, Commander Argo says, sounds like a crowded field of study. That's the thing, is it's really not. There are not very many paleontologists in the world. Maybe about, if you count invertebrate paleontologists too and paleobotanists, there's probably fewer than 4,000 paleontologists on the planet. And there are not enough jobs for all of them. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Kind of an indictment of our society in that, like, you know, one of the coolest things that you could do with your life, there's hardly any paying jobs for it. But, yeah. Anywho, yeah, and Sunflower Snoopy, how are you doing? Welcome back. Here, let's get back to this.
Yeah, how far is the site from the one you were at yesterday? Says.
Yeah. And, oh, Crimson Carnotaurus says, is the Wikipedia page for the Almond Formation a load of rubbish? Yeah, it's not rubbish. It's just that none of those dinosaurs have been positively identified there, and it's the wrong age for all of those, too. So, yeah. It's meant to be tentative in the Wikipedia page. That's how it should be read. But yeah. Yeah.
A few miles? I don't know. It's hard to say. I have to check the odometer, I guess. But a few miles away. Yeah. Oh, and Diagonal, thank you. I'll make sure I keep the microphone pointed at me. It is like a shotgun mic, so it is directional.
Yeah.
The bucket was probably working.
Anyhow.
But yeah, wow, a bucket. Yeah, the bucket is a nice bonus to have here. That's how we can tell that this is probably a historical site. Barnum Brown was probably working at this very quarry and didn't end up collecting this dinosaur. But the dinosaur itself is there in those sandstone blocks. So let's go take a look at that. And I'll show you the dennery.
See the actual fossils.
It's not going to look super pretty. This is not like in Jurassic Park or something like that. This is real.
Not at all like in Jurassic Park.
It's much more
I'll be right back.
Technical work than I think a lot of people realize. So here, we've got this chunk of sandstone with all this like iron concretion on it. And there is duckbill dinosaur bone. You might recognize that same kind of trabecular texture from yesterday at the other hadrosaur site. Here it is here. So, bone right there on the surface. We've got more bone right here. Taking them back to camp. Yeah. So we're kind of just started. What was it? 3 days ago? 2 days ago? You guys started here?
3 days ago.
3 days ago. Yeah. So really kind of just beginning. But hopefully underneath here are some more or less intact bones, and if we're really lucky, more of a skull.
Commander Argo wants to know how much of the dinosaur was exposed to the elements. A good portion of it. In fact, half of it might already be gone because it just eroded away decades or centuries ago. That's how we find things in the first place, is you find bits of them that are poking out of the ground on the surface. And if you're really lucky, it might be just the very tip of the dinosaur, the end of the tail or the end of the snout or something like that. You know, you find, you know, one arm sticking out and then you dig in and then the whole rest of the animal's there. Sometimes you get to a site and there's only a little bit left. Everything else just got destroyed by the elements centuries ago. For this particular one, the rock here is very, very hard, and the bone itself is pretty hard too. And so it could have literally been out in the sun and the wind and the rain and the snow for like a few hundred years. And if this is the same one that Barnum Brown was excavating back in 1937, then it had been exposed for at least that long. Probably much, much, much longer than that. You know? Yeah. And Lilith says, do you sometimes use LiDAR to scan a site? Not, sometimes while we're working there, after it's been discovered, if we have access to LiDAR, that used to be a super, super expensive technology. Now a lot of people literally have it in their pocket on their phone. And so, Ethan, our expedition lead, and a few other people had phones with LiDAR, and so they could make a 3D scan of the whole surface of the site. Almost like photogrammetry, but using LiDAR too to make a really precise kind of 3D model. And so we did a lot of that this summer, which was really cool. But, yeah, it's just neat to have for reference. It's not like we're going to necessarily make any discoveries based off of that. It's not penetrating the surface at all, too. It's just a nice surface map, a nice 3D model of the site, which can be really helpful. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. And F and HC says, how many dinosaurs do you have to run from before you become a master paleontologist? I know you're joking there, F, but I should hasten to clarify that paleontology is not the study of dinosaurs. Dinosaur paleontology is, but paleontology is much broader than just dinosaurs. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. That's everything from fossil plants to fossil plankton, from fossil bats to fossil whales, you know, from fossil frogs to fossil, I don't know, something else, fronds of ferns. If there was an ancient organism that left record of its existence in the rocks, there's a paleontologist who studies it. So paleontology is the study of fossils in general, not just dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are a very specific group of archosaur reptiles. They're just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to paleontology. So I want to make that very clear. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. Anyhow, good stuff. Let's continue. We've got a really nice skull bone over here. The dennary lower jawbone. Right there. This is our dennary. And right? As it turns out, that's probably a maxilla. Actually, we re-examined this later in the summer. There are tooth rows in there, which I think I turn it over in a second so you can see. But there are tooth rows inside of there.
Yeah, and that piece comes off right there. You can show them the underside.
Nice. Yeah. Very Look at that. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. You can see the tooth rows. I haven't seen this yet.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah. Nice. So here's the tooth sockets where the teeth would be. Yeah. So it really does look like maxilla rather than dennary. Yeah. Good stuff. And Tuatara NZ, how are you doing? Great name, Tuatara. Welcome, welcome. And Ricky Morrow, I am indeed back in the office. But as luck would have it, I will be going back out to Utah in just a few days here to do some more fieldwork and some more live streams from the field. And that's going to be happening very soon. Here, take a look. Just 13 days until fieldwork begins in Utah. Very excited about that. And I'll be there for about 3 weeks, maybe a month. It depends on how things go. But I'll be streaming as often as I can, as close to every day as is feasible. So get ready for some more fieldwork streams in just a few days. Yeah. See how this is... Color is not always a good indicator, but you can see how the bone is a different color from the surrounding rock. got this lichen on there too. It's been growing on this for who knows how many hundreds or thousands of years. Ooh, and Dyson Dinosaur says, which dinosaurs are you expecting to dig from the lower Cretaceous of Utah? Any specific one the expedition is aiming for? Oh, Dyson Dinosaur, I'm going to make you real jealous here. Not trying to. But we have got what we think is a new iguanodont taxon. We've been digging this for the past... This will be my 3rd year working in this bone bed. But we've got...
An extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet.
Happy the Dragon.
The dinosaurs.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. We've got a new iguanodont. And we've got multiple ontogenetic stages, multiple elements from throughout the body. This is... Oh man, we're excited about it. Karen Poole apparently took a look at it. She's like, yeah, this thing is new. And she's going to be out there digging with us. So, pretty excited about that. It's going to be great. Yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says, yep, right into my heart and jealousy. I'm sorry, Dyson Dinosaur, but... Well, if you're around to consult as we're working, hopefully that'll be fun. You'll be able to watch along and give us advice and that kind of thing. Yeah. And it's not a mysterious sail-backed one. It looks a lot like Iguana colossus, but a little bit earlier in time. So it's potentially the ancestor of Iguana colossus. If you want to speculate, you know, it might be Iguana colossus's ancestor. For everybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, let me show you. Iguana colossus. There we are. Yeah. A cool critter. It's not a particularly large iguanodont, despite the name. Their iguanodonts definitely get a lot bigger than this guy. Than Iguana colossus. But there you go. It's not nearly as big as like Iguanodon bernisartensis or anybody, but it's fairly big. Our guy might be a little smaller than this. It would make sense, given that it's earlier in time. But our new guy looks different from Iguana colossus and also looks different from Hippodraco. Let me find you Hippodraco. The horse dragon. Good stuff. Anywho. And if you need further help on that, I'm super available. Dyson Dinosaur, well, I'll talk to Jim about that, you know? Yeah, because that would be cool. I know you are yourself an expert on these animals. And if we have any pathologies, oh boy. Yeah, we know who to call. Awesome. Anywho, Snake Master says, is it much traveling for a paleontologist? I can imagine you have times you're not much at home. Oh yeah. I mean, I've been away from home for the past month. From, I think, May 26th, I think is when I left. And I got back July 1st. So I'd been gone for well over a month. I'm actually really lucky I was able to come back home for 2 weeks. You know, because right now I am streaming to you from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I'm really lucky that I was able to fly back home for these 2 weeks. Because I'm going to be back out in Utah very soon.
Hey, can I just get a living dinosaur?
Numeric Power, thank you for the follow. That didn't surprise you too much. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. But yeah. Anywho. And Dyson Dinosaur says, if it is an ancestor of Iguana colossus, and from a lower section of Cretaceous, I bet it is smaller in size. Oh yeah. Yeah. So not only is this in the lower Cretaceous, it is in the lowest Cretaceous, we think. The very beginning of the lower yellow cat. So let's see. Iguana colossus and other new taxa. So this is like, I think, Berriasian in age. Probably the oldest Cretaceous dinosaur fauna in North America. We've got near Moab, Utah. And we're going to be digging that up very soon. And Hauserivian, I think it's even earlier than that. No, it's Valanginian at the latest. Like, super early Valanginian at the very latest. It's probably Berriasian. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, I was thinking the same thing, though. You drove out there but flew home? Did someone else drive the car home? No. The car's out there in Utah. It's in a safe place. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I'm going to be flying back out. I was really lucky. I got a flight for it's like $75 round trip. Oh yeah. Tuatara says, wish we had more dinosaurs here. I also wish you had more dinosaurs in New Zealand. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Good stuff. And Ghost Pilot says, yeah, it's not far from San Francisco to Utah at all. It's about 950 miles. And there you go, Crimson Carnotaurus. He flew by C-17 with the car strapped down to the cargo bay. Oh yeah, just like in the A-Team or whatever, you know? But yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur says, cool, it seems more and more that it's Berriasian. Holy moly, I know, right? Talk to Jim about that. We will talk to Jim about that. Why he thinks it's probably Berriasian. And for anybody wondering what in the world we're talking about here, let me show you. So, we're talking about geological time here. So, different stretches of time over Earth history have got different names. So, we're here in the Quaternary period. The Holocene epoch of the Quaternary period, in fact. It's like so present that it'd be within those black pixels at the top of this, you know? Part of the Cenozoic era, the Age of Mammals. The Mesozoic era is often known as the Age of Dinosaurs, Age of Reptiles, Age of Diapsids. The Mesozoic. Dinosaurs first evolved probably in the very latest part of the Middle Triassic, or maybe the very earliest part of the Upper Triassic. I guess dinosaurs probably evolved in, like, Ladinian to start with, but anyway. So dinosaurs kind of get bigger and bigger throughout the Triassic. They take over the world at the beginning of the Jurassic period, after the Triassic-Jurassic extinction, and they rule the world all through the Cretaceous, up until 66 million years ago, when that asteroid hit. Now, within the Cretaceous period, you've got the lower and upper sections. And at the very top of the Maastrichtian, this is when T-Rex and Triceratops, Pachycephalosaurus, you know, Pachycephalosaurus right here. That's when these guys lived in the Maastrichtian, at the very end of the Cretaceous. But you go all the way down to the very beginning of the Cretaceous, to the Berriasian stage there. We think that the dinosaurs that we've got near Moab, Utah, are from the very beginning of the Cretaceous here. And we don't have any North American dinosaurs yet from the Berriasian. So that would be super exciting. At least I don't think we have it. These are probably the oldest Cretaceous dinosaurs in North America, if not in the whole world. Very important stuff that we're going to be working on. Yeah. And, Nerduino, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Nerduino. Hope you're doing well. Man, it is good to be back in civilization for a little while. Glad you could be here, too. Hope things are good. And, but yeah. And Son of Austerlitz wants to know what determines the subdivision. So it's time for these. Some of these will be longer than others. It's usually like you've got a set of rocks that are from a particular age, and then the time slice will be named after those. So Maastrichtian up here, this is named after Maastricht in the Netherlands. That's where this age of rocks is exposed on the surface. That's where it was first really studied. And so these get named after different places like that. Does that make sense? Yeah. And I did not get Indian food yet. No, isolated. I actually got Burger King that first night, which was nice, but it wasn't Indian food, unfortunately. I did get Thai food when I flew back to California, and that was splendiferous. It was wonderful. Really enjoyed that. Making me hungry just thinking about it. And we had a question from Queen James I. Say, my 10-year-old kiddo wants to ask you, did T-Rex have feathers? That's a great question. T-Rex is one of everybody's favorite dinosaurs. It's one of the best-known dinosaurs that we have. Tyrannosaurus has had more papers published on it than any other dinosaur. And we know that Tyrannosaurus was a theropod dinosaur. It's a member of the group of big two-legged, sometimes big, sometimes small, two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. Some depictions of T-Rex show it with feathers, but we don't know for sure whether T-Rex had feathers. We know some of its close relatives did. Like Eutyrannus from China. This dinosaur is like an earlier relative of T-Rex, and we know that it had feathers. We've found fossilized, preserved feathers on Eutyrannus fossils. So we know that these guys did have feathers. It was kind of like a hairy-looking feathers. Almost looked like fur. Kind of like you see here. And then also Dilong. Dilong paradoxus was an early tyrannosaur from China as well, and it had preserved feathers too. So did T-Rex have feathers? We don't really know for sure, but we've got several ways of thinking about it, several lines of evidence. This has been purported to be T-Rex skin, fossilized from North or South Dakota. But, yeah. We only have small patches of skin from the body. This doesn't necessarily mean that T-Rex didn't have feathers, for a number of reasons, but we do know that at least certain parts of its body were scaly like this. They had scales, like you would see on, say, a lizard or something. But the thing is, Tyrannosaurus wasn't born huge. You know, these guys hatched out of little tiny eggs. And, they went through big size changes as they grew and developed. Big changes in what we call ontogeny. So they were born pretty small. You know, a baby T-Rex hatched out of an egg no bigger than this. And then they grew to be 40-foot... ontogeny. Mega carnivores by the end of their lives. I would not be surprised at all if baby T-Rex had feathers to keep warm, and then later on in ontogeny they lost those feathers as they grew and developed. Really big animals usually don't need extra help in staying warm, especially in a warm climate. Think about like an elephant. Doesn't have a lot of hair or fur or anything. Lives in a warm climate. It's a big animal. Elephants actually have to worry about dumping excess heat because there's just so much heat to get rid of. So I wouldn't be surprised if baby T-Rex were kind of fluffy, and then they lost that as they grew. And you even see that in stuff like Prehistoric Planet. Here. There we go. Yeah. So, baby T-Rex here. Look how fluffy it is. Yeah. But adult T-Rex is shown pretty scaly by contrast.
2,000 pounds of easy meat.
Pushing over a big dead sea turtle, Archelon. There's the little babies.
T-Rex has the most powerful jaws in nature and can bite with the force of over 5 tons.
There's still a few little kind of wispy proto-feathers in there. but mostly
he's not
scaly.
sharing it. It's time for them to learn to hunt
nice
for
and fluffy.
themselves.
Anyway, so my official answer for this is baby T-Rex almost certainly had feathers, I think. Adult T-Rex, maybe not. Yeah. But like a lot of things when it comes to dinosaur paleontology, you got to think about ontogeny. How these animals are growing and changing. They look different.
Ontogeny.
They look different as babies than they do as adults. That's ontogeny. Something you always got to think about with dinosaurs.
Ontogeny.
Much different from, like, modern mammals, for instance. You know? Yeah.
Ontogeny. Ontogeny.
Ontogeny. Always got to think about it. And Woody says, how long would they live for? I think the oldest T-Rex that we have, like the T-Rex that was most mature when it died so far that we've measured, was like 28 years old. I think that's Sue. She was 28 when she died, I think. I have to look it up. But we don't have a big enough sample size yet. The way that you can tell how old a dinosaur was when it died is by cutting open the leg bones or some other limb bone like that. Imagine Flo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. You cut open one of the limb bones and then you look at the growth rings on the inside, kind of like in a tree.
One of the most remarkable animals that have ever existed, and certainly one of the most famous,
is Sully Wully.
Is a dinosaur.
Oh my, 2 months already. How is everyone?
Sully Wully, thank you so much for the 2 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at this graph.
What a wonderful graph there, Phoenix66. Thank you. For following.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils.
Keep Fleep, thank you for following too. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Good stuff. And Sporky says, welcome back home, Danny. I really enjoyed your fieldwork streams. Thank you. Also, Tradoon to you too, Sparky. I'll be back out in the field in a very short while. Here we go. Speak of the devil. 13 days until I'm back out in the field in Utah. I'll be out there for probably about 3 weeks. Streaming as close to every day as I can. So, fieldwork is not done this summer. Far from it. Just about halfway through. But yeah. And Wispy Willis says, this stream is fantastic. Thank you for saying so. Appreciate that. Yeah. Here, anyway, let's get back to fieldwork streams here.
Ontogeny.
There we go. After this thing is exposed. But yeah. So this is a bit of our duckbill dinosaur. There. Yeah. And the diagonal, exactly right. Yeah, Dennery gets its name from the teeth it holds. You betcha. Yeah, so this continues into here. This is really encouraging. We've got a Dennery. Grab a snack. I'm hungry. Which is a nice hint that maybe we've got more of a skull in here, too. And the skull is by far the most informative, scientifically important, and also exciting set of bones. Keep Fleep, you're in the right place. You always want the skull. The skull can tell you so much about the biology of these animals. It holds all the sensory organs, it's got the brain, it's got the teeth. That's the business end of the animal, you know? So if you're only going to get one part, you always want to get the skull. But, you know, we're not headhunting out here. We're collecting everything that we can, including the bucket over here that Luke is working on. Do you have the little bit of potential lunch bone there?
I do, right here.
Nice.
There you go.
Thank you, Luke. So Luke found this. Was it in the bucket or around the bucket?
It was right on, kind of in the middle here.
Nice.
Right
Okay.
in there.
Uh-huh.
Just fell right out. That may have been Barnum Brown's lunch back in the day. You never know.
Yeah, we got to see if this is maybe a chicken bone, but this might be, yeah, part of a meal from 1937 when these guys were working at this site. So we're going to take that back to camp and ask some of the other researchers, see if they can confirm that this is indeed bird bone. There we go. Yeah.
Thanks.
Should probably put that in a
I'm keeping it right here.
Okay.
And then once
Yeah.
I'm done, I'll bag it up.
Cool.
The
Yeah.
other pieces here.
Yeah. So yeah, that I don't know. That could be, if it's a chicken bone, it's probably the remains of lunch from Barnum Brown or another crew member back in 1937. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. So yeah. Anyway, and any clues as to the ID from the teeth? So we don't have any teeth from this yet, just tooth sockets. But we know it's a duck-billed dinosaur. Probably going to be a new one, given that we're here in the Almond Formation, and there are no duck-billed dinosaurs that have been named from the Almond Formation. There's a chance it could be something that we already know about, like Cretosaurus or Gripposaurus or something, but the age is not really right for that. We would expect it to be different. So it probably will be a new species or a new genus. Yeah. And definitely Archosaur bone regardless. Yeah, Alexander Morrison. So that was modern bone that I showed you, that little piece. So that's cool. So yeah, Luke is working very, very carefully along there. And trying to give that bucket the respect it deserves. I realize that, you know, you watching at home might be like, oh, whoop-de-doo, a bucket. But it's like this, you know, is evidence of this excavation that was going on back in the 1930s, we think. And so it's important, if we can get any single scrap of, I don't know, newspaper from here, because oftentimes they would use newspaper as separator back in the day, put it on the bone before you put the burlap and plaster over it. If we can find a scrap of newspaper with a date on it or something, then we can help demonstrate that, yeah, this is one of those lost Barnum Brown sites. So yeah. And Edge Science Channel says, shout out to Spencer. You spell your name with 2 S's?
Just one. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Says, shout out to Spencer. He has a SciComm YouTube channel called Cretaceous Cast. Is that right?
Yes.
Can we get a link to that in the chat? I didn't know that, Spencer. Shoot. Let's look that up. Well. Is this Spencer's YouTube? Here's a link. Videos? Let's see. Paleo Rewind, April 2020.
Nature research, and it involves observing dinosaur embryos.
Yeah, that's Spencer there. Oh, this is cool.
It's difficult to look at the embryo stage of
Here,
development,
subscribed.
as
Excellent.
it's hard to even observe the embryos in great detail.
Yeah.
Now, with digital tomography, the issue has been proven to be less cumbersome. The embryos observed in the study belong to Massus
Very cool
Bombus
stuff.
carinatus, a
I had
primitive
no idea.
sauropod. These embryos were compared to jungle fowl, Nile crocodile, African spurred tortoise, and bearded dragon embryos to find out where exactly these dino embryos were when it came to their development. After these comparisons...
Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Here's a link to this video right here. Take a look. Shout out to Spencer. Awesome. Very cool. Very cool. Awesome. It was really cool getting to know Spencer this summer. He's a cool guy, and we were really lucky to have him on the crew. Yeah, and here he is here. To Spencer, he has a SciComm YouTube channel called Cretaceous Cast. Is that right?
Yes.
Can we get a link to that in the chat? I didn't know that, Spencer. Shoot. It's okay to do some self-promo. That's awesome. Yeah.
I have a short film that just came out with the Torvosaurus in it, so you should go...
Torvosaurus, cool. Could you hear Spencer right there? Do I need to bring the mic closer? Let me know, chat. But yeah, cool. A short film with Torvosaurus?
Yeah.
Neat. Yeah. Is it like animated or
Live action.
Oh, interesting.
My friend's a cinematographer.
Oh, so with Torvosaurus skeletal elements?
No, like CGI Torvosaurus.
Oh, very cool.
I made a practical puppet into it too.
A practical? That's awesome. Shoot, I'm gonna have to check that out. You should check that out too, everybody. I'll have to look at that after stream. Keep this from blowing away. I'm gonna put a rock inside of here. And let's see. We had a good question. What's the difference between a genus and a species? Well, Whiskey Pack, let's talk about that a little bit. Go away, Moth.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
Original Old Dog, thank you for the 18 months of support. Very fun time. Got a lot of good science done, too. And I'm here on, call it shore leave, here in the San Francisco Bay Area for the next 2 weeks. And then I'm shipping back out again for fieldwork near Moab, Utah. That's going to be a ton of fun. But here we go. This is an excellent way to look at it. Yeah. Scientific names. So, species, genus, family, order, class, phylum, kingdom. So, Canis lupus is a wolf, and lupus is the species, Canis is the genus. Within genus Canis, you've got wolves, you've got dogs, you've got coyotes, you've got jackals? That's a jackal. And then family Canidae, you also include foxes, and anyway, species is one of the narrowest groups that we have in science for different organisms. So a species is all, you know, critters that typically can interbreed with one another, they're occupy the same niche, that kind of thing. Well, not always the same niche, but it's a story for another time. So a genus is a group of closely related species. They all share a common ancestor. So both wolves, dogs, coyotes, and jackals, they all share a common ancestor not too long ago. I'll show you. Yeah. Original Old Dog, thank you again for the 18 months. I appreciate that. Let's take a look at another original Old Dog. Canis lupus. Yeah. And there we go. Gray wolf and domestic dog, I guess, is considered the same species nowadays because they're descended from wolves. But yeah. You've also got coyotes nearby in the same genus. Dogs, wolves, coyotes, and jackals are all within genus Canis right there. And so they diverged from each other about 1.28 million years ago. And we probably have a fairly good number on that because these are fairly well-studied creatures. I'm sure we've got full genomes for all these critters. And so we got a nice molecular clock going. We know how long ago they evolved in different directions. How long ago they diverged like that. So yeah. It's cool stuff. And when you go further with a subspecies slot in the previous chart, you could Crimson Carnotaurus, but subspecies are kind of controversial. The line tends to be even blurrier than it is with species for subspecies, you know? And then you get regional variants of subspecies. You get, you know, even smaller subdivisions. So we're not going to worry about that right now. And you're welcome, Whiskey Pack. Great question. That's one of those like kind of fundamental bits of information that you need for understanding biology, is like understanding what we mean by genus and species and that kind of thing, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Big Hairy Neva says, what's the most surprising modern animal that evolved from dinosaurs? Well, there's only one group of creatures that evolved from dinosaurs. Those are birds. So what would be the most surprising bird to think that it evolved from a dinosaur? I don't know. Maybe Melissuga helenae? Which is, of course, the bee hummingbird. These guys are pretty small. Yeah, smallest dinosaur that's ever lived. Smallest adult dinosaur.
Finding fossils.
And Average Bo, thank you for the follow.
Reese YOO gifted a tier 1
And
sub to
Reese,
Whiskey
thank you
Pack
for gifting
44.
Whiskey Pack. I appreciate
They
that.
have given 21 gift
Thank you,
subs
thank
in
you.
the channel.
Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And Isolated says, those skulls behind you are so cool. I am jealous of them. Well, thank you. Yeah. Allosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus over here. These are 3D printed. And I've got so many different skulls and other dinosaur elements. And elements of other fossil critters as well here in my office. I try and change these out as often as I can. You know? I want to keep things dynamic and interesting. I want you to keep coming back for more paleontologizing, you know? So, got a Protoceratops right here, in fact. Yeah. Check her out. Yeah. Whole bunch of different critters. Some of them not quite painted up yet. I've got a life-size Eohippus right here, too. Yeah, the Dawn horse. First horses that we have fossils of are pretty small. Yeah. Anytime somebody asks me, like, oh, Danny, why were prehistoric animals so much bigger than animals today? It's like, they weren't in a lot of cases. Horses are bigger than they've ever been. They've just been on an upward ascent in terms of size. The first horses were probably about as dusty as this. Shoot. But, yeah. Yeah, Eohippus, about the size of a small dog. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. And Lordy says, I love the Eohippus. We'll get the Eohippus painted pretty soon here. But, yeah, it's one of our lovely 3D prints. It's funny, Lordy, when I set this out, and Minnie Pie, cat here, she didn't know what to think of this. She was all freaked out. She's like, who is that in my house? The other cats didn't care, but Minnie Pie, the boldest and most sociable of all the cats, she was freaked out. She's like, I don't know who that is. Get them out of here. They live in the Valley of Guanji. Yes, indeed. Okay, to play. Yeah. Yeah. Eohippus had a starring role in that film. Or at least as a supporting cast member, at the very least. It's one of the inciting incidents in the film. But yeah, and Eki, the toes are kind of wrong on this. I kind of need to reprint those, because it should have 3. Eohippus. Yeah, I think it should be 3 in the front, 4 in the back. Is that right? 4 in the front, 3 in the back? I forget. For Eohippus. Yeah, forefoot has 4 toes. I think hindfoot might have 3. Yeah, there you go. 4 in the front, 3 in the back. Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. Yeah. A Truckhorn says, oh, to be a little horse, eating fermenting apples in the afternoon, no Gastornis will ever come along. There you go, Truckhorn, yeah. Yeah. Speaking of little horses, that reminds me of, let's see if I can find that. Here we go. Hang on a second. And there we go. Oh, that movie. Yeah. You just watched that again the other night? Classic. Yeah. You know, movies like Airplane get all the attention. I think Top Secret is like 10 times funnier. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, back to our fieldwork streams, huh? Yeah, so there's bottles and
like I think sardine cans and.
I'll give you a link to this right here. And then we'll take a look at some of our clips from the past month. There you go. So let's get rid of some of these tabs. There we are. Mercury84, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Alright, let's take a look at our clips. Clips here. Let's do top 30 days. There we go. This one's got 1.9 thousand views already. Holy cow. What's going on here?
Gotta be careful not to run into any more bones.
Yeah, no more bones.
Oh, shoot. Hang on. That's not... Sorry, I messed that up. Hang on. That's not...
Gotta be careful not to run into any more bones.
Yeah, no more bones.
No, I know that was the clip, but I also accidentally went like this and made the screen go black anyway, because I clicked out of the browser. Anyhow, browser. Let's take a look at... We've got a successful flip right here, jacket flip. And so this is at the Barnum Brown Hadrosaur site with the bucket. So the bucket was from just over here. There's Spencer. There's Josh. I got a tattoo from Josh, which I'll show you in a little bit. But that's Ethan's brother right there. And I think that's Luke behind him. And so we're getting ready to flip over a field jacket. So this is that protective cocoon that we build around a fossil in order to get it safely back to the laboratory. This is how we get the things, to prevent them from crumbling. Is you build a nice protective plaster and burlap cocoon around them, what we call a field jacket. Take a look.
Oh yeah, it's moving. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna reshift a bit. Right here. I got it pretty good. We can probably just flip it hands. All right, ready? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Watch your foot, Spencer.
Nice. Textbook flip.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Sweet. Okay. All right. Doesn't look like we have any bones. That's just
excellent.
That iron concretion that kind of looks like bone.
That.
I'm not sure what that is. That looks like plant material, I think. So yes, a successful flip there.
Very nice, guys. Very nice.
Excellent. Well done. And let's see what else we got here.
Underneath the big quarry wall. So at some point we're gonna have to put a cap over this. So just a kind of protective plaster, top to it.
Yeah.
And then we'll do some overburden. We'll take more of this down, and then we can dig in the proper way. Rather than like tunneling in, which is never what you want to do, we're gonna take this whole thing down, and then we can work from the top down the proper way to dig up a dinosaur.
So it looks like there's possibly a set of horns. Unless, this was the tip. So this is a tip of another horn.
So we thought this was a horn.
Right here.
When we were digging it up.
See that? And they're right next to each other, just like, Ceratops would in situ, so.
Yeah, exciting stuff. They could even be articulated.
Yeah.
This is like when I was working at the Cliffhanger Trike in the Hell Creek. We had those two horns just in articulation.
Yeah.
Could be the same thing. So we'll dig under this rock eventually.
Yeah, we thought that those were horns. It turned out to be something even better. Those of you who were watching over the summer might remember this. But, yeah. So our dinosaur seems to be pretty similar to Pentaceratops so far, from what we can tell from preliminary work just in the field. Seems to be pretty similar to this critter here. There we go. Yeah, Pentaceratops. It's not too shabby. So, you know what? This is even better. Let's take a look at this guy. Yeah. Beautiful. So, you've got different bones here in the frill. You've got the squamosal bone that comes around the sides, like that, and like that. And then you've got the parietal, with the parietal bar, in the middle. So what we thought was a horn, turns out seems to be part of the parietal. And then we dug around underneath that, we flipped the jacket, and we found what seems to be the upper part of the squamosal under that. These are the best bones that we could possibly get from this animal. Because in ceratopsian dinosaurs, the horns and frills are the part of the animal that evolved the fastest. That's how you tell them apart. In fact, that's probably what those horns and frills evolved for. Is for these animals to be able to tell each other apart, tell who is a member of which species, etc. I'm trying to find you a decent one here. That's part of it. Okay. Yeah. This is like 1/8 of the diversity of ceratopsid dinosaurs. We have so many more nowadays. And these are mostly just chasmosaurians there. In fact, these are all chasmosaurians. There's also centrosaurians too. But anywho, the frills and the horns and the epiossifications, those spiky bits around the frills and on the epijugals and stuff like that, these are what change the fastest in these animals. You get the most variation there. And so if you find just one part of a ceratopsid dinosaur to identify it down to a species or genus level, you want the frill. So we're very, very lucky that we've got some very good bones from the frill. If we're able to name this as a new genus or species, which it's looking like we will be able to, it looks different, it's because we have those bones that's possible. So pretty excited about that. Pretty excited about that. Grand Bridget says, S-tier bones dropped. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And that was, this right here.
Quarry wall. So at some point we're going to
just the very beginnings of that. We think it's the parietal right there exposed. And we kept digging around more and more and more and more.
We'll do some overburden. We'll take more of this down, and then we can dig in the proper way. Rather than like tunneling in, which is never what you want to do, we're going to take this whole thing down, and then we can work from the top down the proper way to dig up a dinosaur.
Yeah, good stuff. And Arisa Dago says, is it possible there was a genetic trait to the frills? Not possible, it's absolutely 1,000,000% guaranteed. Yeah. Yeah. Everything about species of animals that change over time, that's all genetic. You know, that's how evolution works. So it's 1,000,000% the genetic thing, for sure. There are genes that code for these shapes and sizes of horns and frills, everything else. So yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at some of our other clips. What else we got here? What else we got?
There.
And I thought it was just for video games.
That's why it's such a wonderful platform for science outreach. Is like nobody thinks of science when they think of Twitch, and
I think of like athletes screaming like playing Madden or something.
Yep.
You know what
Yep.
I mean? Yeah.
But yeah, we're not preaching to the choir here. It's absolutely the opposite. Like reaching new people and showing them how cool science can be.
So that was
there.
Mandy and Matt Lamana. Actually, I don't think Mandy's last name is Lamana, but she's married to Matt. And Matt is the dinosaur curator at Pittsburgh's Carnegie Museum. And I kept saying it on stream. I'd make him maybe blush every time. But he really is a big shot in the field. And so it was really cool having him out there with us for at least 2 weeks. He was there until the very end, which was awesome. And I really ought to bring him on for an interview at some point. But there we go.
One of the largest dinosaurs that ever lived was discovered in Argentina. A specialist from the Carnegie Museum of Natural History recently visited that country to examine the bones, and Dave Crawley has the story.
This dinosaur here is a Patasaurus. For a long time,
There's
this
Matt Lamana.
dinosaur was thought to be the largest dinosaur and actually the largest land animal that ever lived.
Paleontologist Matthew Lamana says brachiosaurs were discovered to be even larger, but that's before the titanosaur.
Our new Titanosaur Notocolossus, we estimate at between 82 and 92 feet long and between 44 and 66 tons in live mass. And that's actually pretty awesome when you think about it.
When the bones were discovered by Bernardo Gonzalez Riga in his native Argentina, he invited his colleague from the Carnegie Museum of Natural History to join him.
My role was to help describe the anatomy of this animal, figure out its evolutionary relationships, and try to understand how big it was and how it might have lived.
So I was really lucky to have Matt on the stream because not only is he a super nice guy, but he's also fantastic on camera. And so it was just such a privilege to have him out there in the field with us and to be able to ask him questions about stuff and be able to bounce ideas off of each other. It was really, really awesome. So really, really lucky that he was out there with us. Cool guy, Matt Lamana. A cool guy. Here's a link to that video right there. But man, Matt is awesome, and it was great spending time with him. Another clip right here with Ken doing his best ceratopsian impression.
I've got one of those laminated sheets. Oh yeah, would you like to do that, Ken? Would you like to give us a demonstration? So there's ceratopsian frill.
Parietal.
Yeah.
Squamosals.
Nice. It's not always, you don't always have your own ceratopsid in the party to demonstrate with you.
There's Matt there.
Very lucky.
So very fortunate. Yep. He has the strength of a ceratopsid too.
Ken's a strong guy, yeah. Ken's is more personal embarrassment. No, this is great, Ken. One more time, one more time.
One of those laminated sheets.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, would you like to do that, Ken? Would you like to give us a demonstration?
So
there's ceratopsian frill.
Nice. It's not always, you don't always have your own ceratopsid in the party to demonstrate with you for you.
We're very lucky.
So very fortunate. Yep.
Mary says stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. A not strong smelling HD, no, just physically very strong. Ken is a beast in the best possible way, and really looking forward to having you back out there in Utah. Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. And ooh, Wyoming field hijinks high five fight. What is this?
Chat, there's a very important parts of likely a brand new dinosaur in this white blob right here. That's like a good feeling. I love that feeling, like when
Let's go, boys.
Yeah.
That was weak. Come on, man. Come on, man. That was weak. Go, man. Hit me. Yeah, let's go.
That was a fun stream. I liked having the that different angle on there. That was fun. Let's find some more ones. Outdoor shower dream. Oh yeah, here's me and Matt.
Technical ingenuity. There is a way to have like a
shower,
an outdoor shower.
Yeah,
in the camp.
yeah.
And that would be my number one. I am one of these people. I think thankfully we're probably fairly rare. But I don't feel really awake until I have a shower. For some people it's coffee. Some people it's like breakfast.
See that again. I had no idea that was happening in real time.
Technical ingenuity. There is a way to have like a
shower,
an outdoor shower.
Yeah,
in the camp.
yeah.
And that would be my number one. I am one of these people. I think thankfully we're probably fairly rare. But I don't feel really awake until I have a shower. For some people it's coffee. Some people it's like breakfast.
That's funny. Ethan, what a character. You'll be seeing plenty more of Ethan in Utah. And KZ Sam, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. We're just kind of recapping some of our moments from the past month in the field, live on stream. There's me and Fisher working, and apparently there's a lizard in the lower right. Where is that? Oh, yeah, down here.
All right, Jim says, we used to buy toilet paper by the case at Sam's Club. Quilted Northern is best for wrapping fossils. Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind we have here, but it seems to work okay.
Huh.
Tribune.
Okay, let's, finding a lizard friend. Uh-oh. There we go.
You're beautiful. What are you doing? You having a good day here? Never been this close to a lizard on a stream before. Not a living lizard, at least. Fossil.
You're liking this a lot? Me too, Steely Dan.
Look at you. My goodness. Really pretty.
There were several very obliging lizards who let me go right up close to them. It was pretty neat. Let's see. How to find a dinosaur. Let's take a look at this.
Bill A says, do we know how the site was discovered? No, it's a total mystery. No one has any idea how this dinosaur was first. I'm kidding. A paleontologist from the University of Bath in England was visiting us last June, and he found some pieces of ceratopsian frill eroding out of the hillside. And so we all got together and followed it up, found the source, and we found some more frill bones in there. So we knew we had a ceratopsian dinosaur, a horned dinosaur. Last summer we could only dig a small hole because we were only working with a prospecting, aka surface collection permit. This year we got a full-on excavation permit, so we could dig a great big hole and find this bone and several others that we've already gotten out of the ground.
Nice.
And with any luck, we'll get...
Sweetie Pie. Hello, hello, how are you doing? You've come back. How you doing, sweetie? Hi, hi, hi. Yeah, she's like, you're still streaming? My goodness. I am, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Yeah. You enjoying the stream too, Sweetie Pie? I hope so. You missed being on camera, didn't you? And I see that tail twitching. Do you want some more treats? Is that what you're after? Do you want some more treats? I think we can make that happen. What do you say, chat? Should we give Sweetie Pie some more treats? Yay or nay? Let me know. I think maybe she deserves it. Presbyter says nay. Oh no. Let's get you some treats, Sweetie Pie. Yeah, you know that's it. This looks good. It's a bunch for you. Yeah, go nuts. They're low calorie in there. It's supposed to be good for your teeth. Yes, as several members of the chat are alluding to, this is one of my landlords here. Her name is Sweetie Pie. Thank you, X Kiaka, for the follow, and Sparkly Miracle Zone. Thank you for the follow too. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, good stuff. Oh yeah. Ooh, you're keen on those, Sweetie Pie. Aren't they good? Good stuff. And you've been away how long? It's rained for 35 days, I think. Yeah. So she's enjoying those, aren't you, sweetie? Yeah. Sparkly Miracle Zone says some people say I am similar to a pterodactyl. Really? Do you have ring fingers? Ring fingers that are like
ontogeny.
10 times the length of your body? Because that's how you'd be similar to a pterosaur, potentially. And there you go, it's rain. Yeah. But also just your energy. There you go, Sparkly. Well, it's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm glad you could join us. And let me know if you've got any questions. My name is Danny Anduza. This is Sweetie Pie. She's one of my landlords here. She's a cat, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And you didn't finish your treat, Sweetie Pie. Hey, come here. Sweetie Pie goes where Sweetie Pie pleases. And she didn't even bother to eat the rest of these. My goodness. Oh well. Yeah, she's got stuff to do right now. Very busy cat. Well, yeah. Anywho, we are just recapping some of our fieldwork stream from the past month and having a great time doing that. So let's take a look at some more of our clips here. There we are. And let's take a look at that.
Great question. Well, if I could be self-serving for a moment here, I'd say this.
Is it cut out? Live broadcast, satellite internet. I guess somebody just clipped where it cut out. Oh boy. Where it cut out. It happens. Not the most fun clip, but let's take a look at... There we go. Yes, you can pet the dog in paleontologizing.
Anyone interested in participating in this?
I would love to. I just wasn't sure.
No, you're good. Let's get some hands ready. Okay. 1, 2, 3, up. Nice. Nice job.
Very nice. All right.
Good flip.
Nice job, guys.
Success.
Success.
Good work, fellas.
Woo!
Very nice.
Woo.
Yeah.
Satellite internet.
Now that
Not
it's
always the
upside down,
greatest.
Ethan's going to be carving away at that with some hand tools to clear some of that rock. And once he starts to see bone there, then he stops, and we'll jacket the jacket.
Sweet.
Very nice.
Success.
There's
Good
Edie
work,
and Doug. Yes, indeed. Paleo Ken.
Very good.
Yeah.
What do you think, Edie?
Thank you, bro.
Yeah? Oh.
Sparkly Miracle Zone says, I've always wanted to see how we find out about dinosaurs. Now this is possible. Oh yeah. It's the whole point of these broadcasts, not just here in my office, but also out in the field. And I will, of course, be out in Utah again, digging up dinosaurs in just 13 days. So I'm going to be out there for hopefully about 3 weeks, maybe longer, digging up dinosaurs in Utah and streaming it almost every day. So if you've got any questions at all for a paleontologist, for a fossil scientist, don't hesitate to ask. That's what these broadcasts are all about, you know? But yeah. And where are most of the dinosaur fossils in the world? They tend to be found in the ground. Hopefully that's not too surprising. But dinosaur fossils have been found on all 7 continents, including Antarctica. And in order to find dinosaur fossils, this is like a classic question. Probably the most common question that I get out in the field. And I wonder if we actually have a clip of me and Matt answering this. Where was that? I don't know, we answered this question so many times, but in order to find dinosaur fossils, you need to find rocks of the right age and the right type. Dinosaurs lived on Earth during the Mesozoic era. I'll show you. There we go. During the Mesozoic. Dinosaurs first evolved here in the Triassic period. About 235, 240 million years ago, something like that. Right about here. And they existed through the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods. And they went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous, except for a few birds, which gave rise to all the bird species that we have today. But anyway, to find dinosaurs, you need to find Triassic, Jurassic, or Cretaceous age rocks preferably terrestrial rocks, rocks from the land, because dinosaurs were land animals. And then once you've got that, you can look at, well, you need to look at your geological maps. So, for instance, here's a geological map of Wyoming. There you go. And these different colors represent different ages, different times here. And so, like, green is Cretaceous. Cretaceous sedimentary rocks are green. And so if you want to find Cretaceous dinosaurs, you got to look in the parts of the state that are highlighted in green here, because that's where the bedrock is of that particular age. And then once you get out there, you walk along and you do what we call prospecting. So take a look at this.
And then, once you have that, and once you have permission to prospect, you're doing everything by the book, out and you prospect. And that basically means just walking along, staring at the ground like this. Not staring, but actively looking, actively searching. Picking up anything that might look like a little fragment of bone. In fact, this actually looks bony right here.
Yeah,
no kidding.
That's a chunk of
I think
dinosaur
this is
bone.
some fossil bone. It takes a lot of practice to be able to tell what is rock and what is bone, but I've been doing this for a long time, so after a while it just kind of comes naturally. But yeah, you look for bits of bone that are eroding out of the surface, and then you try and figure out where they're coming from, because usually they're spilling out from the side of a hill or something like that. You go find the source, you dig in, hopefully there's a skeleton in there, if that's what you're after.
That's how we do it.
Or if you're a paleobotanist, you're cracking open rocks looking for fossil plants.
Yeah, there you go. And Les Gilman says, hello, are there dinosaurs here? I would say so, yes.
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
And thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, Les Gilman. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And, anywho. And DM Wing says, wait, we do have species that we think were aquatic? Certain dinosaurs may have been semi-aquatic, but there were almost no ocean dinosaurs. The only oceanic dinosaurs that I can think of are birds from the Cretaceous. Hesperornithiforms, maybe like Ichthyornis and its relatives. Since birds are dinosaurs, these are the only like true ocean dinosaurs that we know of.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Keeds, thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Some of you might be going, well, weren't there lots of ocean dinosaurs like these? And the answer is, these are not dinosaurs. These are very much not dinosaurs at all. They're what we call marine reptiles. So different kinds of reptile from different branches of the reptile family tree, but not a single one of these is a dinosaur. You've got ichthyosaurs right here, and there's another ichthyosaur right there. I think this is like Shonosaurus and Ophthalmosaurus. These are ichthyosaurs, not dinosaurs. You've got plesiosaurs, both long-necked and short-necked. Both the plesiosaurs and the ichthyosaurs are probably somewhat closely related to lizards, kind of. We think they're diapsid reptiles. They're definitely not dinosaurs. You've got marine crocodiles here, which is actually, you know, a kind of, not crocodile, but crocodilomorph. So it's related to modern crocodiles. You've got mosasaurs, like this guy. These are actually marine lizards. They are part of Squamata. They are related to modern lizards and snakes. They are actually a kind of lizard. In the same way that snakes are a kind of lizard. They evolved from lizard ancestors. So did mosasaurs. So not a single one of these is a dinosaur. And I think we actually have another clip explaining this. I could just tell you in real time, but let me find you that clip. I believe it's right here. There we go.
Pterosaurs are not dinosaurs, but they're very closely related. Yeah. They're both ornithodiran reptiles.
So yeah, pterosaurs,
they share a
not
common
dinosaurs.
ancestor here. So closely related,
but pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. Mammals, like us, are way over here. And so you gotta go way back to the origin of amniota before you get to where mammals and dinosaurs had a common ancestor. So they're not very closely related. Does that make sense? Yeah. And crocodiles, over here, they are kind of close to dinosaurs. They're still part of Archosauria, right here, this clade, but they're not as closely related to dinosaurs as, say, pterosaurs. Especially not birds. Birds are dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. So, I think this is really, really important to talk about, and I talk about it at every opportunity I get, because a lot of people, especially in the United States, never learned about this sort of thing in school. It's not any fault of their own, it's just there are people who fight very, very hard to keep this sort of thing out of textbooks and, you know, keep it out of schools. Here. Find you a clip here real quick. There we go.
Just as Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
Yep. This whole idea of common descent, evolution, of living things changing over time, this is the fundamental principle in all of biology. Nothing in biology makes sense if you don't understand that. And most people, even really well-educated people, very intelligent people who've had tons of schooling, unless you've taken like a college biology course, you probably never got to learn about this in school. Which is super aggravating to somebody like me, because this is my whole life. This is what I study. This is what I do. You know, this is the air I breathe. And the majority of people in the United States don't have any concept of this whatsoever. And as a result, they have basically zero understanding of biology. What we're talking about here is the idea that living things share a common ancestor. So all living things on Earth, living and extinct, we can trace their ancestry back to a single common ancestor about 4 billion years ago.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to
And thank you, Golganak, for gifting Sparkly Miracles, and I appreciate that. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you, Golganak, for your generosity. And Sparkly, you were talking about boa constrictors? So, boa constrictor, that's actually its genus and species name. They're over here, so they're part of the lizard branch of the reptile family tree. Snakes are a kind of lizard. And so yeah, boa constrictor right there. Their closest relatives are boa blanchardensis, boa orophius, boa imperator. So they belong to this group of boas. And you go further out, you also get to, I guess anacondas are part of this group too. Yellow anacondas. Further out and further out. And every time it gets to a node like this, this is where there was a common ancestor that had a bunch of different species that evolved from it. And you can go further and further out until you get to other kinds of boas like that. And then you get to other snakes. There's snakes right there. And snakes have their ancestry within Lacertilia, lizards. So all of these different critters, forest dragons, ball pythons, sea kraits, grass snakes, marine iguanas, they all had a common ancestor right here. Part of Episcomata, right there. Unidentata. 202 million years ago, all of these critters had the same common ancestor. You get to lizards and snakes 205 million years ago, at the end of the Triassic. You get to lepidosaurs, sauropsids, and sauropsids are where you link up with birds. So dinosaurs and snakes shared a common ancestor about 300 million years ago. Like that. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Herdy, humans are in this tree, but to get to humans, you gotta go over to the mammals. I'll show you. Let's go to good old Homo sapiens. Way over here. Within Mammalia. Yeah.
Pretty neat, right? Yeah, good stuff. And from humans, you know, we share a common ancestor about 6 million years ago with bonobos and chimps. You go a little bit further out, more distantly related are the rest of the African apes, like gorillas. Further out from them, you get to the great apes, which also includes orangutans. Further out, you just get to apes. 18 million years ago, we shared a common ancestor with them. And you can go further and further out, all the way to, all the way out to mammals. Right there. So mammals are all of these critters. So the point is, when we as scientists say that two living things are related to each other, this is not something that's just like an arbitrary thing that we say, you know. What we mean is they actually share a recent common ancestor. Classification is not about appearances, it's not about what critters look like or how they make us feel, it's not about vibes, you know? It's not like asking whether a hot dog is a kind of sandwich, you know? A whale is a kind of mammal, not just because it produces milk for its young and it's warm-blooded. A whale is a mammal because it evolved from earlier mammals. So here's whales over here. Toothed whales, and then you get baleen whales too. The great whales, they're part of Cetacea. And a little bit further out from them, you link up with hippos too. And then with the other hoofed mammals like that. Whales are mammals not just because they produce milk for their young or they're warm-blooded. Those are clues that they're mammals. But they are mammals because they share DNA with the rest of the mammalia, because they share a common ancestor.
On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus.
Yeah.
Big fella, isn't he?
And T-Mac, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. It's Rain says, my favorite, conversation is someone who got mad at me for saying humans are animals and could not articulate how we aren't animals. Yeah, that's the thing, is that as scientists, we classify living things based on their ancestry, based on what they actually evolved from. There's a real underlying reality to that. It's not just vibes. It's not just, oh, this creature breathes air, or it looks this way, or it has this number of fingers, or whatever. Those can all be clues that point back toward ancestry, but it's the ancestry that's actually important. That's how we classify living things, is based on ancestry. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah, cladistics, exactly. AA Rancor, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And First Anomaly says, mammals are also indicated by their spine, no? Sort of. There are certain characteristics of a mammal spine that, like, mammals all inherited from their common ancestor. But again, it's the ancestry that's actually important. That's just, like, one of the most fundamental principles in all of biology, and I wish that everybody had a chance to learn about that in school, you know? I didn't learn that in school. I had to pick that up on my own through talking with paleontologists and through reading popular books on science and reading the scientific literature. But I really, really wish that this sort of thing were actually properly taught in schools, you know? Yeah. And A. Sunder says, why was the Stegosaurus such a good volleyball player? They can really spike the ball. Nicely done, A. Sunder. Thanks for being here. But yeah. Dr. Hub says, I got that in grad school. Yeah, it's nuts that that's not like the first thing that you learn in biology class. It's the most important concept in biology. It's like the common ancestry of all living things. But a lot of people are really scared of that idea, you know? There are powerful people that don't want you to know that. For instance, yeah. The current Speaker of the House you know, the guy's second in line to the U.S. presidency. An ardent anti-evolutionist. You know? That's the sort of thing I'm talking about. So, yeah. Anyway, not to get political about this or anything. But, yeah. Yeah. Oh, boy. And Draconis says second in line to the presidency. Vice president is the first in line, and then Speaker of the House is second in line. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So, anywho. Yeah. Anyway. There you go. It's Babe Ruthless. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to the article if anybody wants to actually read it and weep for humanity. But yeah. Yeah. And you're good, Draconis. You're good. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you, Phil. Apologize. But it's good to have everybody here. Let's take a look at some more clips from the summer here. Here we go. And advice for aspiring paleontologists.
Really, what you're supposed to do? Ideally, anybody in chat, if you ever find what you think is a dinosaur, leave it in the ground, take a bunch of pictures.
Yep.
And a GPS locality, and
ideally pictures with scale.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So stick a banana next to it or whatever you've got.
Right. Or
yeah.
A coin.
A Chuck E. Cheese token.
Even your finger. Yeah. Chuck E. Cheese token.
Yeah. And then email that to
your local paleontologist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Your friendly neighborhood paleontologist.
Or us. Well, I would say actually I'm gonna nip that in the bud because I already get lots of emails from people in the Pittsburgh area that think that they found dinosaurs, and sadly the rocks in the Pittsburgh area are too old to contain dinosaurs. So
you've got to break a lot of people's hearts.
I do. I would say it's my least favorite part of my job is I have to be a buzzkill a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, Guy B, great question. I'm so glad you asked it. That's a lovely piece of mammal trivia that I'm very fond of. The two groups of mammals that can have more or fewer than 7 cervical vertebrae, 7, vertebrae in their necks, are Sirenians and whatever the group of xenarthrans is that includes sloths. They are not closely related. Let me show you. It's coincidence that those two are closely related. So let's go to sloths here. Folivores, Folivora is the clade of sloths. So there you go. There's sloths right there. And let's try sloths and Sirenia. Sea cows. There we go. So they are separated by, well, shoot. Yeah, darn. I guess they do share a common ancestor 90 million years ago, or maybe even, no, shoot, 89.1 million years ago. They're both atlantogenatin mammals. But they've been separate for about 89 million years, so they are not close relatives. At least not in the grand... Well, maybe in the super grand scheme of things they are, but they're still separated by about 89 million years. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. All mammals are vertebrates. Oh, that's true, first anomaly, yeah. But also, all fishes are vertebrates. Technically, all vertebrates are fishes. But yeah, mammals, amphibians, reptiles, including birds. Birds are a kind of reptile. They all are vertebrate animals. They all share a backbone. Or they all have vertebrae. They've got backbones. Yeah. And there you go, DM1. Yeah. Scientists, let's say this small clade of animals folivora. No other animals leaves, right? I know. And hello, stats bloke.
A dinosaur? What?
What?
Statsbloke and their 171 raiders don't know what they're in for.
Statsbloke, welcome,
it's
welcome
therefore likely
to
that we're here today
Paleontologizing.
because
So good to have you here.
by the luck
How was
of
your
the
stream?
draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thanks to Exospartan0 for my sub-gift. Welcome back.
Thank you, Statsbloke. It is wonderful to be back here in the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area, back here in my office. I am freshly showered, feeling clean and nice, and I'm happy to be back from the field for a couple weeks. But I will be back out there in Utah in just a little bit. In fact, just 13 days, I'll be back out there in the field. It might be 14 until I'm actually streaming again, but yeah. Back out there in
There are fewer than
Utah.
40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Thank you, Wood, for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that, Wood. Thank you for
3
that.
of them are leading this expedition.
Appreciate your generosity. There's 5 people in chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month.
Wood
I'll be
just
back out in
gifted
the field for
5
2
subs.
weeks by the time any of those folks have to watch another
I'll
ad
just give
here.
you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
It's good advice, Wiley Wolfie. Thanks for the follow. Statsbloke, how was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. Tell me about it. And Copium Yeet says, what specimen is the dead dinosaur behind you, sir? You mean Pachycephalosaurus or Allosaurus? And you asked species, not genus. So this is Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis and Allosaurus
If you're feeling a bit
fragilis.
cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Reese, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. Looks like we've got a hype train going. Holy cow. And I love those prints. They've come out so well. Thank you,
If you're feeling a
Statsbloke.
bit cheated,
Yeah.
try blaming the dinosaurs.
Here, let me show off the Allosaurus in particular. It is even cooler up close. Take a look at that. It's not quite finished yet. I still need to seal it and paint it. But take a look at that. Life-size Allosaurus skull. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, the state fossil of Utah. I'll be back out in Utah in less than 2 weeks. Yeah. Excited. It will be exciting stuff.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Isunder, thank you for that recurring subscription right there. Really appreciate that, Isunder. Welcome to the community. Enjoy not having to watch any ads. Enjoy all those emotes like these. And thank you, Mark Melbourne, for those 5 gift subs there. I really appreciate it.
Mark Melbourne just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Mark Melbourne. Excellent. Holy cow. We are swiftly approaching our sub goal for the week, and it's only been less than 1 stream so far. Holy cow. And Guyby says there's a museum with a complete or near complete mosasaur in Morden, Manitoba. I think I remember that. Didn't they have to use a helicopter to get it out? Yeah. Cool stuff. And Reese, thank you for the gift sub to Confused Echidna. I
Reese
appreciate
YOO
that.
gifted a tier 1
Thank you,
sub
thank
to
you.
Confused Echidna. They have given 22 gift subs in the channel.
Extraordinary. I appreciate that. And thank you, It's Rain, for being here. You sleep well, huh? See you later. And E to the 2I Pie, how are you doing? Welcome.
It made reptile history.
And Joe Burrito. Wow.
Dinosaur dynasty.
Thank you for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that, Joe Burrito. Thank you very much for your generosity. Appreciate that. It's a little early for a Christmas song, but it certainly feels like Christmas today. Holy cow. All of these subs are just from today. We really are having Christmas in July. I love it. Yeah, there you go. E to the 2i pi, yes. Anyway, we're just kind of doing a nice recap of the summer, looking at some of our clips and stuff from the past month, doing field work out in Wyoming. What's this about?
Oh, what time and oh, what fun. Playing tag with you, iguana
And Sibley, thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. Yeah. And Komodish, these are all, well, most of these are 3D prints. This is a real fish fossil from Wyoming. It's very common, which is why it's okay to have in a personal collection. Normally for this sort of thing, I would say,
That belongs in a museum!
But fish fossils from the Green River Formation of Wyoming, right near where I was digging this past month, these are extraordinarily common. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, probably, of these guys, Diplomystus. Not only in museum collections, but in private collections too. They are extraordinarily common. But rare fossils like dinosaur fossils, for instance, I would say generally...
That belongs in a museum!
So that's why I've got 3D prints here instead of the real thing. I'm not streaming to you from an office, or from a museum currently. I'm streaming to you from my office. But we will do some museum streams coming up, and I'll show you some more real fossils. And then when I'm out in the field again, in just a couple weeks, I'll be showing you more fossils in the ground that will be going to museums. The fossils we'll be digging up in Utah will be going to the University of Utah and the Natural History Museum of Utah. Oh, yeah. And are those fish from a lacustrine environment or marine? They are lacustrine. Kanakal Puck, great question. From a lake bed. Yeah. Green River Formation of Wyoming. From the Eocene. Sedimentation in a group of intermountain lakes in 3 basins along the present-day Green River in Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah. Each pair of layers is called a varve and represents 1 year. Funny, these are lake bed sediments. You've got gorgeous fossils like this ray there. You've got Diplomystus on the left and Nicia on the right. So Diplomystus, that one, is the same genus as this guy here. Do you see the resemblance? So anyway, these are extraordinarily common. They are all over the place there. Oh yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Green River Formation. And Silly Cat says, when you're going to Utah, are there any capped fossils that you've been digging out or starting from a fresh slate, as it were? So we're working in a well-established bone bed, but I don't think we have any top jackets from last year, any winter jackets. I think it will be... I think we got everything out last summer, but we will definitely find more fossils this year. And actually, come to think of it, we might have 1 or 2 winter jackets. I kind of forget. We'll see, though. You'll find out in a couple weeks. And Cactus Jack says, Danny, could you live stream the lab work of what is found in Utah? I can't, unfortunately. Because I've got to be back here in my office streaming. I don't think they would... I don't think they would let me stream that. But yeah, and Ken says, I don't remember any. Okay, yeah. I don't think there were any winter jackets. I think my first instinct was correct. Thank you, Ken. But I can show you some lab work of a sort. There we go. Here, take a look at this. Let's go to where this starts. Right there. Excellent. All right. Ready? Okay. Looks like we're going.
Check, make sure it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are live. How is the sound, everybody, first of all? I didn't have time to do a test stream or anything, because I just got in to Utah. But, hello, Rhacodactylus, Golganek, Salamander. How's everybody doing? It's great to have you here. Here, let me make sure that this is...
Icelander says, have you ever gotten to keep any of the fossils that you dug up and found? Not really. That's really not the point. You know, if fossils are in private collections...
Another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
Thank you, Flash77S. Appreciate the follow. If fossils are in a private collection, they can get lost, they can get sold, they can get distributed in a divorce, or like when somebody dies or whatever. When fossils are actually in a museum, then you can be pretty much guaranteed that they will be there for hundreds of years into the future. And so the fossils that I'm collecting are too scientifically important to be in a private collection. I'm collecting usually on public land for the general public. We are holding those fossils in the public trust. They'll be there in a museum. You know the saying.
That belongs in a museum.
They'll be there for, till the end of time, as far as we're concerned as paleontologists, It's as close as we can get to being able to guarantee that they'll be there until the end of time. But yeah.
Muted. There we go. But welcome to the Utah Raptor Mega Block here at the Utah Geological Survey. Here again is Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland.
This is Laura Dillon, Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years,
Mara
so leave
IL.
it to the professionals.
Thank you for the follow. Does that IL stand for Illinois? Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Here again is Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland.
Another alert. Jim GM, thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that. How you doing?
Thank you again, Jim, for doing this. This has been really excited about this.
It's a nuts week.
Yeah, it really has been.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, for sure. Hope everybody's doing well. It's really good to see you. And if it's your first time here, welcome to Paleontologizing.
And so, first anomaly, one good thing about private collections is probably they are preserved in case the museum gets... No, actually, it's kind of the opposite. And first anomaly, it was only on account of villainy. Like, we can blame the Nazis for the Spinosaurus holotype being destroyed, along with Bahariosaurus, Egyptosaurus, and a number of others. That's a long story, but basically, the scientist Ernst Stromer, German scientist who was studying those fossils, he was like an aristocrat, but an ardent anti-Nazi. So when the Nazis came to power, they were mad at him. They couldn't exactly kill him because he was a member of the aristocracy. But they could ensure that his fossils remained in the museum there and were not taken to a safe place. They were not tucked away somewhere in a salt mine or something with all the other museum specimens. They made him keep his fossils there in the museum, thinking that, like, oh, well, if they get destroyed, then that's a fitting punishment for him. That's exactly what happened. So, yeah. Blame the Nazis. Yeah. But, oh, sorry, I mean, like, have you gotten, like, a cast of them or something? I do have a few casts of... I don't know if any of them are fossils that I've personally found, but I've made some casts of fossils that I was able to take home. So I've got a cast of Big Al's Claw, the Allosaurus, from northern Wyoming. It's... I'd have to dig it out from a storage container right now, but it's here in my office. I'll show you another time. But yeah, stuff like that. Yeah. So casts are pretty cool. It's an exact copy of the real thing, just in a different material. Usually something that's much more durable than fossil bone. You know, you've got nice resin plastic that, you know, you could drop it on the floor and it would not be a tragedy. Same with 3D prints, too. Like these. But yeah. Yeah. And Allosaurus is one of your favorites? Well, here you go, Icelander, yeah. Good old Allosaurus fragilis. Cool critter. Anyway, let's get back to this.
My name is Danny Anduza. I work on dinosaurs, and I stream paleontology outreach here on Twitch. We're going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs. In a couple days, I'll be out there in Wyoming. So and I'll be taking you along for the ride and live streaming whenever I can. So
but if you have with the Carnegie team.
That's right.
Part of it.
Yeah.
You got to interview.
Oh yeah.
Him about Argentina.
Yeah. Matt Lamana. Yeah.
I did a bunch of that this summer, and it was great.
Yeah. Anyway, we've got a really, really special stream for you today because this is an absolutely unique specimen here, collection of specimens. It's hard to find the words for this just because there is nothing else like it. Jim, do you want to tell us a little bit about this? What makes this so special?
We call it the Utah Raptor Megablock.
Yeah.
For a short two-word explanation.
Ontogeny.
But yeah, it's we have interpreted this as being formed by quicksand.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I was on the margin of a big lake sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the lake levels retreated. So this environment here would have been the floodplain,
Mm-hmm.
soils and plants growing, everything hunky-dory. But as sediment piled up, it causes compaction. And the sands and the mud associated with the lake sequence underneath, the water isn't compactable. That's why hydraulics works.
Sure, yeah.
So you just push down the water.
Jim's got a nice long discussion of.
Yeah. So it tries to, escape.
Let's skip forward a little bit.
No way I'm going to do that. So anyway, let's.
And Amelia Bedelia, thank you for the 28 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Amelia. It's good to have you here.
Let's uncover it.
Yeah.
And I'll get around the back side. You got the front. First we'll peel this back. And then we'll lift this, fold it, put it on top of that.
Nice.
That'll lift. As they say, lift and separate. But you don't want to drag it over the bottoms. So you lift it up, get it up well above. Let's go over, and then we can kind of do that.
Okay.
And on this, grab.
This is such a special thing.
Tricky. Lift well up. Get above the top. Bring it over. Yeah.
Okay.
Put her
Nice.
down.
Yeah, watch out for that bone there. Nice.
And there you go, salamander.
All right. Look at that. Look at the density of bones here. This is nuts.
And the thing is, you can see this, the farthest thing away, we're still, haven't even gotten into that yet.
Uh-huh.
But, we have skull stuff in the middle, disarticulated skull here.
This is such a privilege to be able to do this. Holy cow.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, part of a big one. We had an adult partial skull that came out of right here.
Uh-huh.
First big adult Utah Raptor brain case from the jaw. This was the part facing. That's outside of the hill.
Uh-huh.
I've always said we should have had it turn the other way. But that is a very pretty side.
Uh-huh.
But when you look down on this slope
There you go,
here
Claiborne.
is literally the natural slope at the edge of the hill. It really was. We couldn't go in at all because of the bone. But you see, there's
And osteodontochoratic, what a great name. How did they transport this? Hopefully it wasn't in a hill. It was in a hill. And there's a whole talk about this, actually. Let me find that for you. Because it's quite the story. Took some real engineering there.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Call me Corey,
Colonial
thank
Search
you.
has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. I hope you had a wonderful stream. How you doing? We are just recapping our summer out in Wyoming. And we were talking about the Utah Raptor Mega Block briefly here. But anyway, Corey, it's good to have you here. And is the office where you are part of your house? It is, Komodish. It is indeed. Yeah. This is here in my house. Not my house. I don't own the house. But, I'm lucky to live here, for sure. Especially since there's air conditioning right now, and it is hot today. Holy cow. A lot of people in the Bay Area don't have air conditioning, but I'm lucky to have that here. And,
On former occasions,
Unsee
he's called
Lely.
Brontosaurus.
And
Big
Bad Butts.
fella, isn't he? 70
Thank you for
feet
your
long.
follows.
Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
Good to have you here. Thanks for following. Excellent. And here we go. I think this was
these kind of pages together. So fortunately, we've had our good friend here. What are you, vaping? What is that? Where it was, and jacket over it. There's really no. Occasionally it brought
here was the block out here, or part of it at least.
And unfortunately, it also led to a little bit of vandalism. Behind Gary, there's a bunch of bone in here that we were top jacketing. We just make these little gypsona caps to preserve the bone for that particular season, leave and come back the next year. And what we found was that somebody had come up to the site and systematically, it appeared, peeled off each one of those little plaster jackets to see what was underneath them. And they pretty much trashed everything that was there. And of course, at some point later, we had to deal with this in the lab. The only way to
vandalism
handle this
is a real issue, especially in Utah for whatever reason.
Where it was, and jacket over it. There's really nothing you can do at the time.
Yeah.
We combated this vandalism problem, at least we tried to, by making the site less visible. We used spray paint to cover the jackets with some paint and just try and make it a little less visible from a distance. And of course, we used brown tarps on occasion as well. And I think it helped. This is just kind of an aside here. This is kind of a bluish sandstone, which makes up the bulk of this, sliding stuff down the hill. And that required road building. We got this guy.
This is not my field work. They're just talking about
construction to come in and help us.
Like
and he built the first
2000s.
road up there. And this is later that same day. The quarry itself is actually right up here. And he managed to get the road within, probably about 30 feet of the site, which was close but not quite good enough. Later, Dan Harrison.
I love it. It looks like this is picking Jim up by his suspenders and just setting him down. That's not what's going on here, but it looks like it. You know, you can imagine that to be the case.
From, what is it, Desert Excavation, I believe, in Salt Lake and Green River.
Gonna drop you up there, little buddy.
Came in
there you go, Corey.
Came in with some really heavy equipment and built us a little more proper road. You can see the steepness of this. The road actually goes up here, traverses way over here, and then all the way back, and there's the quarry.
So in order to get this out, they had to build a skid, and that was actually designed by.
We're really hoping.
Oh, there's Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs who came out and did an episode here. I've still never seen that. But, yeah.
We had another visitor. This is getting towards the end here. When we reached this point, we were really committed. A couple of big pillars. It's like, okay, we've got to get this thing out of the ground soon.
Yeah. Shoot.
We had another visitor. This was about 2013. Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs came out there.
I think we still have that Earth magazine in the bucket.
Kind of a contrived
in
thing.
The field.
It wasn't a particularly good episode, in my opinion. We were
really
Scott hoping, that it would get us a lot of publicity, and hopefully we'd get some guy with big money out there, deep pockets, who would help with the expense of this. But that didn't happen. But it was a fun day. The other problem that we had to deal with was
how do you get it out?
You know, how do you drag this huge block down? And really, the only alternative we had was to get it onto a sled. And of course, you can't move it onto the sled. You have to build the sled around it. And so we used Phil Policelli's talents as an engineer.
Phil was with us in the field last summer in Utah.
The sled that we ended up using.
He designed this whole thing himself.
Actually,
as
a
an
Cross
engineer.
Marine salvage down in where is it, Lehigh or American Fork? American Fork.
There's Jim there, you can hear him.
Who lent us his shop and a lot of supplies and money to help us get this sled built. And Phil did an absolutely amazing job.
Yeah.
We kind of gave him the measurements of the block as it sat up on the hill, and then he built the sled to fit that, and then built the sled in the shop, took it apart, we carted it out there, hauled it up the hill, and then had to reassemble it on site. And it took an amazing amount of precision and Phil is just amazing. He did an incredible job on this thing.
So look at that.
And this is the finished result shortly before it started down the hill. Incredibly hard.
So
to
they had to
move.
drag it down with a backhoe.
This is particularly
just like that, and they're able to get it onto a flatbed truck eventually. Yeah, there you go. And so here it is in the lab. Me and Jim streaming the end of May.
But as you see in the mushroom, which was up over there, in reality, you always have to flip myself around because it's backwards compared to the way we had it in the hill. This would be like pinned into the back of the hill here. But the mushroom, there's stuff all through that's full of theropods, without question. But we're starting to really tweak our thoughts on this animal a lot. And we always thought it was one species of theropod, a growth series of Utah raptors. And we know we have big adult.
This is from just before the dig. Exactly, Hugh. Yes. Yeah.
And we've probably got juvenile material in here that seems to be diagnostic.
There you go, Squiggles. Yeah.
All this changes as more research occurs.
Yeah.
But we now know for certain there is another small dromaeosaur, another raptor.
For sure.
in
Okay.
there.
New species in there too.
For sure.
Is it the little gracile guy over there?
That the long leg is from him.
We'll take a look at that in a little bit.
It's much more gracile than even the juvenile Utah raptor material.
Gracile, for everybody at home, just means like slender, lightly built.
Well, you figured this block was 9 tons when we dragged it off.
18,000
the hill.
pounds. Yeah.
You know, 9 tons. You know,
and we've got pictures of that over there.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it real quick.
Well, let me show you the hill. What we dealt with this thing. I got to go up here and fly it. This is when we were begging for money to airlift it. But if you look at that little dot there, see that little white thing?
Shoot, that's it.
That's the block.
Wow.
That's the mushroom because we'd already taken it off the top.
And Hogan, no, I have no objection to that, Hogan.
To the side.
You know better than I do.
You can see where that is. And this sequence from about the bottom of the image to the top is about 500 feet. And the hill keeps going down.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't, you know, and we had to climb
not
this.
valley floor right there.
No, and we had to walk about a half a mile and then up hundreds and hundreds of feet, hundreds of meters.
Hugh says, by the way, did you enjoy your shower and a bed when you got home? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I actually got a hotel room in Salt Lake for my flight the next day, and oh, that was so nice. Holy cow, was that nice. Yeah. Thanks so much for streaming the dig. It was seriously fun and interesting. Hugh, there'll be even more of that coming up very soon. I'm excited to share some more field work with you in less than 2 weeks. Check it out. 13 days, I will be back out in the field. Probably on a day after that, I'll actually stream from the field. But very, very excited. It is going to be awesome.
To get up to the site.
So I'll be not too far from here, actually.
Crossing the calcretes to get across.
Just a few miles from this site.
Because we kind of come in across in that manner. And over in here, this is where we had the bird tracks from that level there that had rolled down. And those bird tracks, you know, we considered, given the age of this, is about 136 million. Valanginian. You know, basically, these are the oldest bird tracks on the planet.
Jeez.
You know, at this point. You know, so it's pretty exciting. I mean, there are people that say, oh, we got Jurassic tracks.
But are they really birds?
Yeah,
or these little
these are
theropods,
just
you know?
like the Aptian albian, the younger ones in Korea and in China and elsewhere. And we think, you know, start seeing bird tracks when we start having shorebirds.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
probably in Anorthines, you know, these stem birds.
Yeah.
But they were still living along the coast.
And Uber King Kong, yes, indeed, bird tracks. Grizz de Grau, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, so fossil bird footprints from the earliest Cretaceous.
Picking things up, you know,
early
you'd
Cretaceous.
expect would be a good habitat's a good one today for birds.
Yeah.
But when you look at this whole sequence, the bottom of the Cedar Mountain is right in here. We have kind of a yellowy band going across right in here. It's a little buried over here. But those are iron paleosols. We know the boundary is very wet. We have carbonate up here, carbonate in the Morrison, which represents semi-arid environments.
Yeah. Jim is a, stratigrapher by trade, as he's fond of saying, so lots of extensive discussion of the geology here. Let's skip ahead a little bit to some of the bones here. Yeah, that little bowl. Yeah. Oh, and I guess the audio cut out here, but there's my 3D printed Utahraptor skull. That's still in Utah right now.
And these are the post-dentary bones. And if in there, see that big?
Yeah.
That's what you're looking down on there.
Yeah, that little bowl right there. See that?
So this is, post-dentary, cerangular.
Yeah.
And you can see these fractures because of the way this thing had collapsed. This maxilla goes and you can see it drops down. There's more of it. But if you look over there.
And hang on. Ikundus, besides digging up dinosaurs, what are some of your hobbies? Cleaning dinosaur fossils, illustrating dinosaurs, thinking about dinosaurs, writing about dinosaurs. Now, that's sort of what I do for work as a dinosaur paleontologist. But I really enjoy hiking, going on long walks, looking at birds, visiting museums, other hobbies that are not really related to paleontology. Let me think. I collect pressed pennies, like the penny squishing machines, like tourist attractions and stuff. I collect those. I like tiki bars. Yeah, I don't know. Stuff like that. Trying to think of interests of mine that are more or less unrelated to fossil science.
Utahraptor was the most dangerous dinosaur around.
It's true. There's Papa Jim there as well. Ravengard, thank you for the 33 months of support. I really appreciate it. Yeah. And Biggest Hobbit says, you seem like you'd enjoy disc golf. I've played it a couple times before I left for the field in shoot, that would have been 2017. Some colleagues of mine live across the street from a disc golf course. So I played some Frisbee golf there. But I haven't done that since. Not since 2017. Yeah. Yeah.
There is a beautiful maxilla.
Look at that. Yeah. Right
That's
here.
one of the things that you can just
Look at those teeth. Look at that.
So you're looking at like the lingual side right there. So you're looking at
Gorgeous.
Like, inside the mouth at the right
You see a little
maxilla.
juvenile.
Look at those teeth.
Yeah.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, right there. Nice femur right there. There's the femoral head where it attaches with the hips.
Look at that.
Yeah.
So just this wonderful hodgepodge of different theropod dinosaur bits in there. Yeah.
But in this case, not.
And Lordy says it's like a magic eye picture. Once you see it, you
Here's
see it.
another animal
Yeah.
where you can see there's been a fracture.
And I think this was an issue with the satellite dish, or maybe just a bandwidth issue. But we had all these alerts going off here in the corner, and I think that was taking up too much bandwidth, where it made everything else like kind of freeze and shudder a little bit.
Ribs coming off of this rib right here. We have a coracoid and a scapula. So the scapula goes all the way to here, all the way over to here.
Jeez.
And this is probably from this animal. I would expect it could be a big adult.
Yeah.
We don't know that part of these animals real well.
Yeah.
But it's way more primitive than birds and in velociraptorines.
Weird.
So Salamander says, does the mega block seem to apply pack living or just a predator trap? Good question. If we had a decent sense for how long everything was stuck in there for, like how long did this take to form, then we would have a better idea. But right now we're kind of in the dark about that. So here's an artistic representation. Right here for, yeah, what might have been going on at the site. Lovely Julius Chitney illustration of this. But there's an iguanodonts dinosaur in there, which we actually have fossils of, so we know this critter was in there. At least one iguanodont,
I'm
maybe
here
multiple.
to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists.
And Lou Chess X, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And here's a bunch of other Utahraptor. This is back when we thought it was all Utahraptor. I'm a little bit hesitant to say, oh yeah, there's definitely a new species in there, but Jim is very confident of that, and I trust him on this. So anyway, it's probably not just Utahraptor. There's probably multiple different kinds of theropod in here, which kind of implies that this is a predator trap rather than just one family group that all got stuck, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Deathosaurus says, it's crazy to think that in a few decades, Utahraptor could be one of the most well-understood dinosaurs. If people work on this treasure trove, yes. It is incredibly exciting.
That's
You know,
so
it really
cool.
is. It's
Yeah.
way more primitive.
Uh-huh.
You know, eat your chicken. Look at the shoulder girdle.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's really, which means this is coming out of whatever gives rise to them. You know, it's not giving rise to birds directly. But it's, you know, its branch of the bush is coming out much closer to what gives rise to birds than velociraptorines are. You know, they're specialized. You know, there's a little juvenile sickle claw right there.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous.
So yeah, this is the famous killing claw of Velociraptor.
Look at that.
And you can see here's some little strings of vertebrae.
Yeah.
And there's some skull material in here you can barely see. That's another individual.
So there's so many. What's our MNI for?
More stuff here, more legs. We've got like 20 femora, thigh bones in here, various sizes.
So at least 20 individuals. MNI is a minimum number of individuals in a bone bed, and that's nuts.
See, and this may be another ilium that's a bit.
And Stolly58, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
It could be the opposite of this.
And Graffiti Kitty, I have heard of that game, I think. I don't really do a lot of video games at all, really. In fact, I can't remember the last time I played a video game on Twitch, but yeah. And Lordy says, what are the little white round target-looking things on the block? Ooh, Lordy, those are for photogrammetry. So they're like little photographic reference points. So we're supposed to leave those there. They're probably adhered to the surface, so they don't move. But, yeah. So that way, when you're chipping away more of the block, chipping away more of the matrix, the rock from it, to expose the bones, you know, different things are shifting on the block, pieces are getting removed. Those are like your firm reference points, so that when you're making 3D models, you can line them up more readily. Does that make sense? They're like, those are your anchor points there, basically.
Could have flipped over, I guess.
Yeah.
How far forward that goes. But we're looking at another inside view, so it could have been there.
We've got some people in chat saying they love raptors. You are, holy cow, this is the most important dromaeosaur, collection of specimens in the world, I would say.
I've named 23 dinosaurs, working on 3 more. This is certainly the most important fossil I've found in my whole career. And I didn't find it, was Matt Stites.
Right.
But he just thought, looks like a human arm bone coming out of the rock as a geology student. And I have to look for bone if you're going to be working up there. And he, look like a human arm bone. Turned out to be a cross-section of a metatarsal of a pretty large Utah raptor. And their bones are hollow, like birds. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But then you go around the block.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world.
Well.
Creatures from the dawn of time.
Casey Snowart.
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Casey Snowart, I hope you had a wonderful stream.
Casey Snowart and their 55 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
That's a sizable raid there, Casey. Nicely done. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Casey, as I'm sure you know, we're doing a nice little recap of this summer's stream so far. Our fieldwork in Wyoming, and also a tour of the Utah Raptor Mega Block with Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland. So yeah, I'm glad you're here. And you know what? This is perfect timing too, Casey. By the way, if anybody's not yet following Casey Snowart, you're missing out. She does paleo art and is, looking to actually illustrate a children's book as well. Go follow her. She's good people. You won't regret it. But this is a wonderful opportunity for me to introduce a good friend of ours, somebody we call Previously Recorded Danny. And hang on, goodness. Oh man, he is eager. It's been more than a month. Hold your horses. Goodness. But I'm going to let him take over for a minute here. And I'm going to go run and use the little paleontologist room. So, without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to somebody who's going to tell you a bit about who I am, what this stream is about, how a paleontologist ended up on Twitch in the first place. We've got a bunch of cool new people here who joined during the summer while I was in the field, so they've not yet met you, Previously Recorded Danny. So without further ado, Previously Recorded Danny, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. People ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried. I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada. But most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, in the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. Of course, thank you even more to Casey Snowart for the raid. Appreciate that, Casey. It's good to have you here. Now, I'm kind of obligated to say that that's an old video. I made that like almost 4 years ago now at this point. 3.5 years ago? No, shoot, 4 years ago now. Oh, man. It needs some updating. And I'll hopefully be able to work on that not too long after I get back from the field in mid-August. Because I'm going to be out in the field again in less than 2 weeks now. Here. In fact, yeah, take a look. Days until Utah fieldwork? 13. It's coming up. I'll be back out there for about 3 weeks, maybe a little longer, we shall see. But I'm going to be working with Jim Kirkland and Don DeBlue and Ethan Cowgill and Fisher McDarmid. It's going to be awesome. So I hope you'll join us for that too. Yeah. And holy moly, Murph, 13 gift subs. Thank you very much for that. Holy moly, Murph.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Thank you, Murph, for those 13 gift subs.
13 subs.
Appreciate you, Murph. I hope you're doing well. Man, does it feel good to be back in civilization for a little while. I've got some shore leave here for the next almost 2 weeks, and then it's back out to the field for at least 3 weeks, so I'm very excited about that. Murph, thank you for your ongoing support. There's 13 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads at all until I'm already out in Utah for like 2 weeks. So thank you, Murph, for all of your help in supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Appreciate you, Murph. You know that, but I like to say it anyway. Thank you. And I know, isn't that crazy? Casey's
The infant, the adult.
Oh, what do we call that?
Ontogeny.
Oh, yeah.
Thalen 16 Blockmans, Thalen 16 Blockmans, Thalen
And thank you,
16
Blockman's Mustard, for the 23 months of support.
Scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
And thank you, DJ Stephen T, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good stuff. And holy cow! $50? Miss Capri Cal.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Holy moly.
Miss Capri Kel.
Thank you.
50 subs.
Phenomenal. Miss Capri Cal, that is extraordinary, and I really, really appreciate it. That is nuts. Thank you. All of these subs are from today. 425 out of 500. Only 75 until we're at our goal. This was going to be my goal for the next 2 weeks. That's nuts. Holy cow. Thank you, Miss Capri. That's really, really impressive. We had 300 subs from Horror X earlier today. This is extraordinary. really, really is. Holy cow. Dustsaurus says you deserve all that and more. I can't agree to that. That's very kind of you to say. Yeah. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. Really impressive. There's still resubs to go. It's true, Hawk Raptor. It's true. Yeah. And Neon Missy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Earlier in the stream, we were going over some clips from our fieldwork in Wyoming. Let's return to that for a minute, and then maybe finish out with Papa Jim from our Utah Raptor stream.
Sulfurian says, I'm curious, what's the most challenging part of your work that people usually don't think about?
Anything logistics, water, food.
Yeah.
Nobody anywhere thinks about that.
Yeah, just basic survival stuff out here in the field. Yeah.
Yeah. True. Can't argue with that. Here, let's look at some other... What do we have here? Someone with Fisher. Yeah, leaf fossil.
Picture of that.
DJ Stephen T, hi to you too. Welcome, welcome.
I can take a picture off the VOD, I suppose.
Look at that beautiful
Look at
leaf
that.
there.
Gorgeous. I don't know what sort of leaf that is. It's probably an angiosperm. It's probably one of these early flowering plants from the late Cretaceous. But take a look at that. Just beautiful. And the counterpart is still there in the ground. Nice. Very nice.
Jelly Night School says, I work my little desk job and I love it, but I've watched a couple streams and learned so much. Really appreciate what you do. Thank you, Jelly Night School. I appreciate the kind words and your viewership. Thank you for that. Thank you. Holy cow, I don't know what to say. Yeah. That was a cool Leaf Geeks tour, absolutely. And Neon Missy says, yep, dinosaurs are W. I'm glad you agree. Dinosaurs are what I work on, so I'm glad you like them too. Here, let's see some other clips here. Thank you, Murph, for gifting Jelly Night School. Appreciate that. Thank you, Murph. Oh! I got to touch a lizard's tail right here. My finger looks so dirty. Holy cow. I wonder if there are nerve endings in the tail after it's been shed like that. Because it's clearly a replacement tail. Yeah. But that was fun. Getting up close and personal with that lizard. On jackets and such. What was this?
Sort of just kind of, disarticulate after death. All the bones fall apart, so they're just kind of scattered. And yeah, it's very rare that we find a dinosaur that's fully articulated, like you see in the movies, like in Jurassic Park, where it's just all laid out there, like almost in bas relief on the surface. It's a lot more complicated in real life, and I hope we're getting that point across to you here. But, yeah.
Oh, okay. We're getting into the less popular clips at this point. So, we'll watch a few more, and then 73 million year old roots.
No bone right now, unfortunately. We got some ancient roots in there. 73 million years old, It's, yeah. Pretty, scientifically important there.
So sorry.
Wait, what? What did I do?
No bone right now, unfortunately. We got some ancient roots in there. 73 million years old, It's, yeah. Pretty, scientifically important there.
It's not scientifically important. That was the joke. Yeah. Definitely not. We found literally thousands of those roots, and they're not identifiable down to a species or genus or even family or probably order level. It's basically just more rock, But yeah. Maybe that joke was in poor taste, but definitely not scientifically significant. And DM Wing says, typical paleontology, throwing away paleobotany. No, that's the thing, is that Mandy, who is a paleobotanist, non-practicing paleobotanist, but trained in paleobotany, she wouldn't want to collect anything like that. She told us, just throw all that stuff away. It's not scientifically valuable. Like, paleobotanists are not gonna care about that at all. Yeah. And, oh, here's Quinn with his hat.
Ooh. Is that bone under there?
Yeah.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
Separated pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Bone chunks.
Quinn's on a roll today, just pulling up these big blocks of sandstone and mudstone, and then suddenly, like this, just had a big rock covering it. It's right here. See that concavity right there? That was on top of this bone here. Quinn just pulled that off and separated perfectly.
Nice. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. This summer was such a blast so far. It's not remotely over yet. Again, I've got another couple of weeks here in the Bay Area, in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, until I go back out to Utah. And I'll be streaming for at least 3 weeks there, we'll see. Really looking forward to that. So, the summer is, I'd say, not even halfway over yet. A lot to look forward to. And with that having been said, I've been streaming for more than 4 hours at this point. And so, let's go ahead and wrap up today's stream. But I'll be back tomorrow for some fossil news. There's been a tremendous amount of fossil news over the past month that we have missed because I've been in the field. Fossil news. Yes, we'll be having more fossil news for the next few streams. It's going to be a ton of fun. We'll be going over new dinosaurs published, and then after that, we'll be going over new papers on dinosaurs, and then maybe some non-dinosaur stuff too. So that should honestly be like maybe 3 or 4 streams worth of stuff. It's going to be great. Hopefully we can cover it all by the time I leave for the field again. I think we can. But stay tuned for that. It's going to be a ton of fun. And thank you, Hypnopompic, for the follow. I appreciate that. Anyway, with that having been said, it's now time to wrap up today's stream. Let's go ahead and do that. There we go. And we will find somebody to raid real quick. Who else is on Twitch at the moment? Let's see. Science Streams is live. There we go. Let's go say hello to Balent. And where are our credits? Come on now. There we go. Beautiful. And Ultravision Prime, I'll be back tomorrow at around 2 p.m. California time for another exciting paleontologizing stream. So I hope to see you then. Uncredited work done by all... No, there's the credits right there. 427 subscriptions just in today's stream. That is incredible. Amazing. I am more grateful than I can say to everybody who's contributed financially, everybody who's watched, everybody who's moderated, everybody who's followed, everybody who's rated in. My heart is full. Thank you so much, everybody. It's such an honor and a privilege to be able to bring you fossil science here. Thank you for letting me do that. Thank you for your support. Thank you for making this possible. And credits can't go by fast enough. Shoot, we have got a raid into Science Streams. We're going to go see some other scientists right now on Twitch at Science Streams. I'll see you there, everybody. Let's do it.